There's no audio that I can hear, Hyro. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Thank you.
Prior to that, you were dead air, my friend.
I was talking for a whole hour.
Silent but deadly.
I was talking in silence, but I was deadly. I,
How are
I
you?
dead on arrival.
Didn't you have anyone else here to tell you?
Oh yes, Masa from Japan was here, and I kept talking, and he got bored and left.
He never said anything?
No.
Okay, well that's a good indication of why we need other human beings to let us know if we're being heard or understood.
Oh
Silent
yeah.
but deadly.
Thank you for pointing out that I was silent but deadly.
Why were you silent? I didn't see your mute button on. What was happening?
Oh, I was using this headset. I plugged
What
it in. I had plugged it in and I did not check the audio, but somehow maybe there's a switch. Oh, there's a volume control. Oh, I'll, and there's a button. Maybe I'll plug it in and I'll test it and see if you can hear me. Let's see. Let's see. Guess you couldn't hear me.
no,
So,
maybe it's not working or something.
so the mic. Oh, maybe I didn't push this in hard enough. Let's try again. Mm. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh wow! Now I I didn't have the connection pushed in over here. So there's two different connection points, and the one here at the elbow wasn't pushed in deep enough. So it so my audience was seeing my mouse move, and there was no audio
Yeah,
for a whole hour until Vinci came along and conquered the silence with Vinci.
Vinci
Vinci,
with
Vinci,
Vici.
Vinci.
Vici.
Hmm.
Weenie, weenie, weekie.
Hmm. Weenie, Weenie, Wiki,
Weenie, weedy,
Weedy,
weekie.
Wiki. What is Weenie, Weedy, Wiki?
I came, I saw, I conquered. Not Vinci,
Weenie,
although
Weedy,
many people confuse the two.
Weenie, Weedy, Wiki?
Yes, all
Oh,
three words are four letters.
wow. They're Latin?
Yes,
Oh, Weedy. So Weenie is I came, and Weedy I saw, and Wiki I conquered.
yes,
Oh, we have a guest,
yes.
special guest, playing board.
Playing board has arrived.
Hmm.
Welcome, playing board. You're muted.
Oh,
Playing
board,
board is
Lord.
mute today.
That's the problem with playing board. He's he's bored. Oh, uh, but during that hour of me talking to someone that might listen, but now I know that no one will ever listen to what I talked forever
Yes,
and ever. Only I got to listen to myself.
but it's hard to talk and listen at the same time.
Oh, then not even I listened to what I was saying. So I'm in distress. What a wasted hour of silence. But I was reading from a book, and fortunately, I can go back and read the book.
Well, perhaps you should decide if it's worth your effort. Maybe you should find the audience before you put on the program.
Find the audience before I put on the program and make sure that the technical difficulties have been overcome and all
Yes,
the technical issues have been eliminated. So test and retest before starting the show.
yes.
I forgot to test the audio, like say, like saying, "Can you hear me?" But no, I kept talking, and Masa, poor Masa, got bored and he left.
Well, I have a new variant of the game. Can
You
you see
do?
the board? Can you see the board?
Yes.
So on the board, there are 4 spaces that are called the 4 orphans. Can you guess what they are?
Hmm.
So all the spaces on the board belong to a row of 5 or a family of 5. The mama bear, the papa bear, the grandmama bear, the grandpapa bear, and the itty bitty baby bear. But 4 of them are on their own. That's one of them. That's another one. And on the other side of the board, that's another one. And that's another one. So, in addition to a regular game, you can now play a game of 4 orphans. And the difference is that if you occupy one of the 4 orphans, that counts as a whole point by itself. So it now gives you a completely different game to some extent.
Why are they 4 orphans?
Because all the other pieces are on a family of 5 lines. So you could get 5 in a row on any of the other spaces on the board. somehow they would fit in. Whoops, I lost my pointer. Hold on. Pointer alert. Pointer alert. Where did it go? Uh-oh. It seems to be out of sight. Oh no, I'm standing on it. My highly technical plastic straw. So that forms a line of 5. This forms another potential line of 5. And this forms a third line of 5. And any of those lines of 5 will not leave any piece isolated except for these 4 pieces. Whoop, wrong sides. Well, I suppose they don't all have to be alike because they're not part of the same family, but wasn't what I intended. So these 4 spaces, let me get the same one so it's less confusing, I hope. These 4 black spots are all unadopted, not part of any family of 5 or more. So they're little orphans in a way.
What to do with 4 orphans?
That's the question. How do we get them to be part of a family? So what we do is 2 things. One is, like real human societies, we adopt policies to make them more desirable so that people will form families with them.
Hmm.
And the way we do that is we give extra game points for anybody who adopts one of the orphans and builds them into their game or strategy.
You increase the value or the attractiveness of the orphans so that the players will adopt them.
Correct.
How do you do that?
Well, we place tokens or symbols, or we merely recognize that if a player occupies one of the orphan spaces, they get 1 additional point. So that in addition to a triangle being worth 1 point and a square being worth 2 points and 3 in a row being worth 3 points, occupying one of the orphan space gives you 1 extra point also. So now there are 4 more points on the board. And if we want to go beyond that, if it isn't too complicated, we would make the center point. Remember, you can only occupy the center point if you have 3 in a row. We would make the center point a connection between the orphans so that you can have 3 in a row even though they're not directly adjacent, by using the 4 orphans. So there will be 2 more ways to make 3 in a row.
What is it about the center position that you would want to add an additional rule, or did you say if you occupy the center, you get a point?
No, you would only get the points that you occupy for the center, but the center would allow you to connect 2 orphans in 3 in a row. So if the 2 orphans who normally wouldn't know each other, but they are aligned in as 3 in a row. So there's another way to make 3 a line of 3. 2 more lines of 3.
Oh,
Or maybe it's adding complexity needlessly. I don't know. After all, most older people really only want to play bingo. And this is significantly more complicated than bingo. So it's not for every senior to play this game or the variant. Whoops. So now you have the Vinci board with the green markers for the 4 orphans. So was it only Massa that was here this morning?
yep. But now we have Joe or Vinci, who is silent but deadly,
Now, do
and
you
playing board too.
have you pinned the playing board so that on the video this will become visible? Otherwise, will just be 3 talking heads or 2 talking heads and 1 board.
Let's see. Mm. 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 Huh. Let's see. Uh, uh, huh. How do I do that?
I think you go to participants,
Oh,
and then you select the participant and you use spotlight on playing board. I can't do it because I'm not the host. Only you can do it.
so I have the options in Spanish because I set my phone to Spanish, so it mostly comes up in Spanish. So it says the first one is solicitar para reactivar audio. That must be for unmuting. Detener video. That means to uh, turn video off. Chatear. That means to chat. Destacar para todos. That means make it outstanding for everyone.
That must be Spotlight. Try that one.
Okay. Oh, and there's one after that says hacer anfitrión. Make anfitrión. And then there's convertir en co-anfitrión. Oh, anfitrión must be make host or something. And then the last one is cambiar nombre, change name. So I'm going to select the one you think must be it. Destacar para todos. Make it outstanding for everyone. There. Oh,
Yeah, I think that's done it.
and Rami is here to save the day.
Just as Rami arrives.
I'm actually going to be listening. I could keep my mic on, but I was going to do dishes and then prepare my wife her Guatemalan coffee for the first 15 minutes or so, if that's fine with you too.
Guatemalan coffee.
Yes, from Sam's Club.
The
Whoa.
first hour
Uh-huh.
is me reading from a book,
Cool.
and I thought it was very interesting.
Oh, good.
It's called The Prayer Wheel. The Prayer Wheel.
Oh.
It's a 12th century manuscript that was rediscovered, but with no instruction. It was probably with words in Latin. Yes, and so but they figured out how one could use it, and so it's a circle divided up like a pizza, but not into 8 parts, but 7 parts. So
Yes.
representing 7 weeks, and then it has the concentric circles that develop into producing 7 days as you go
Yes.
from the outer circle towards the inner and crossing the middle part of the circle, which is called Deus or God, and going across to the other side a little bit. And so each concentric circle represents certain meanings or certain teachings of Jesus. Like the outer circle is kind of comes from the Lord's Prayer.
Really?
So that would make it 7 weeks of the Lord's Prayer, and then the second level of circle would be about the Holy Spirit and the thing.
It sounds like
And then
it was I mean, was
the
it
inner circle is like the Beatitudes. And
okay?
so I read week 4 of the circle, and I went through it all 7 days. And I saw Masa in Japan coming in, and
Oh,
he after a while he got bored and left, and I wondered
see.
why. And then I finished that book and went to another book on universal compassion, and I learned about the opponent forces and the power of this and that. So there's 4 powers, or 4, power of regret is the first one. So you apply the power of regret on your negative karma to make you feel conscious of your negative karma that you might have, kind of regret what you've done, so that you never do it again. And then there's the 3 more powers that you apply to that action. So kind of like a confession kind of thing. But you could also apply it to sins that you don't remember you've done, but you imagine them anyway. Like maybe in my past life, I killed someone. So I Or maybe walking around, you step on a bug. But you didn't do it intentionally. But anyway, I was doing that, or reading that book, and then suddenly Joel or Vinci showed up, and he talked. He said, "I can't hear you," and it so happened that my headset was not plugged in all the way, and that caused me to be muted for a whole hour of reading from these books.
Oh, I was thinking last Saturday, and I was thinking, pardon me, while I walk off to pull some groceries in because apparently they've just arrived.
Hubby, I know you want to sit and puddle, but
Well,
you said you were going to be doing dishes.
Yes, I know. I was listening to Hyro politely while
don't-
remaining on video.
I do not care.
I know. I know.
My care is stuck on off position.
Your care is stuck in off position. Oh, there they are. Cashew milk, cow's milk,
And
orange
then
juice. Florida's natural.
Joel
It's a
saved the
chihuahua
day.
at the door.
By letting you
And
know.
then Joel introduced me to an alternative way of playing the game of Vinci, which involves finding where there's certain positions that are unique from all other positions, and he calls them the orphans, and he gives them incentive to placing your piece on them by saying that if you form a 3 in a row and you use one of those 4 orphans, you get an extra point. Yay!
Where's
And
Terrier?
things like that.
On the chair behind you.
So,
Uh-huh. My coffee cream.
so Joe, where are the 4 orphans located?
Well, everyone knows where the center is, correct?
Yes. Position 9.
Position 9. Okay, so you've got the map of the board firmly in place, but there are 4 unique spaces on the board that do not get used when you're making a line of 5. And
They
they
do not get used when making like a 3 in a row. You won't be able to use them. Oh no, yeah, you can use them for a 3 in a row.
but you can't use them for a 5 in a row. And the 5 in a row is a complete family. You have a grandpapa and a grandmama and a grandchild and a parent and another parent. So there's 5 in a row there, and they don't touch any of these pieces. There's 5 in a row this way, and they don't use any of those pieces. And there's 5 in a row this way, and they don't use any of those pieces. So
And
the idea
diagonal.
is to design a set of rules which will incentivize people to adopt the orphans. And that's something that's only done in human societies and in the society of red squirrels under certain conditions. So there is no
So
other.
far as we know. So far as we know.
Correct. So far as we know. So as far as is known, adoption doesn't take place in other species other than humans and red squirrels.
I have to warn you, I saw the preview to a YouTube video the other day, Joel, that was of a hippopotamus who was raised by rhinoceroses, and the baby hippopotamus was seeing another hippopotamus for the first time. So I suspect at least under human influence,
Yeah,
that this adoption thing, I've heard of uh, uh, cats raising puppies and vice versa too. It seems to be something that,
it may be controversial.
well, it may be, yeah, to say the least.
Well, the general rule in nature without man's influence is that only the red squirrel will adopt the offspring of another red squirrel under two conditions. One is that it's a season with remarkably good food, so that their own offspring would be provided for as would they. And the offspring that is adopted is generally related genetically to the adoptive parent, so to speak. So that's another issue. So what do you think, Hyro? Are you ready to try a game of Four Orphans?
So does that mean that in the set of rules for this game, you can form 5 in a row?
You can form 5 in a row in both games, in every game. Obviously, if your opponent allows you to, but you can also form 3 in a row by going through the center, thereby increasing the value of the center space, and you get an extra point if you occupy any of the orphans. So these little markers are also worth an additional point.
When you form 5 in a row, is that counted in both games like a set of several 3 in a rows? Like
Yes,
say
yes.
1, 2, 3. I count 3 threes.
That's correct. They are in all games 3 in a rows if you can get them. Obviously, if somebody blocks you beforehand, then they're off, out of play.
But in this set of rules, you can get 3 in a row in a super diagonal. I guess that kind of not does not go at a 45-degree angle, but maybe at a 33.33-degree angle. Like
That's
from the red marble through the center to the yellow marble. That would be the 3 in a row.
correct.
It's kind of dodging, almost getting hit by the others, barely missing the other marbles
So
at
just
a
to
sharp angle. So
just,
there would be 2 of them possible.
whoops, that one was too small. It fell through. Now I have to figure out how to get it out if I can. Oh,
Oh
good.
no!
Came out
Oh
easy.
yes.
I have a clarifying question. So you're
Yes,
saying that you can do 3 in a row with the center square and what you're calling the 2 orphans?
yes. With
Okay.
any 2 diagonally opposed orphans, and you must also have the center, of course, so that if your opponent has the center and you have the 2 orphans, you cannot make a 3 in a row. But the orphans by themselves are worth 1 point, the same as having a whole full triangle.
Okay.
Any one of these colored markers will give you 1 point by itself. in addition to what your score on the board is.
You're saying any of these colored markers, so if you just put a piece in that square,
Yep,
that's a point?
that's right. You put the yellow marker on your side of the board, and when you're
Okay.
counting the board, you'll get a point for it.
Oh, if the center square is occupied.
No, you don't need the center square occupied or not. It's irrelevant. It-
So what do you call that? Orphan sponsorship?
Well, adoption.
Adoption, okay.
So if at least you've adopted one of the orphans, you get your stoic reputation enhanced.
Okay.
As being a good person. Basically, it's adding 4 more points to the grand total of the game
He was here.
and the potential for adding 6 more points if you also have the center at the same time.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
What if you had, okay, so the 2 pieces immediately below the purple center square, so to make 4 in a row, is that acceptable in a standard game?
Yes.
Question, why aren't you cleaning?
Okay, I gotta get back to cleaning.
Okay.
What was he asking?
I didn't understand the question completely. He was talking about
Hubby.
whether these pieces, I think he was asking if one of the orphans is part of a square, do you also get 2 points for the square? And the answer is yes.
The question is actually, can you unpin your board for just a moment so that I can pin your, or maybe pin your stuff so I can see the, wait, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 6 is an orphan square. That's the yellow. Is that correct? Did I
Correct.
go on the right? Okay.
Correct.
6, 7, 8. What if you have 6 and 7 occupied,
Yeah.
and then does it always go counterclockwise, or does it go clockwise on the right
The
side?
numbering always goes counterclockwise.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that can't be right. 1, 2, 3. No, that's not right either. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, what? Okay, so if you occupy 2, then on the right side.
2, yes.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Because we're on opposite ends of the board here. That would be, yeah, your left side. Yeah, that square.
Okay.
So, what if you have those 4 lined up in a row? Is that
No.
a 4? No,
No, that never counts.
that never counts.
That only counts if you're playing the variant of the game called Chunnel.
Channel. Okay, thank you. I
Chunnel
like
is-
that.
Chunnel is where the French and the English underground.
Yes,
Channel.
I recall its construction. Okay, I've got to put myself back on mute and get myself back onto the task of making my wife her coffee. Thank
And
you.
I've got to get that white piece out of the board. I must get rid of that. I keep dropping it in the board.
That
Oh.
hole is too big?
Well, or the tack is too small. Maybe we should use the tack to oh gosh. Now I've made a mess of it. So that's the white side. So that's 4 orphans.
So if there's a triangle touching an orphan, how is that counted altogether? How many points?
The same way as you would normally count a triangle, but because you have removed one of the orphans from the board and adopted it in your set, you get 1 extra point for the orphan. And you also have the potential for having the orphan be part of 3 in a row with another orphan if you get the center.
And I guess the second most advantage, incentivized space would be to form a triangle by placing a piece on 3.
Let me see what you're saying there. 1, 2, 3. And the reason
I'm sorry, not 3, 5.
Yeah, 5 is beside an orphan, able to make 3 in a row plus the point for the orphan if you occupy that. But 5 would also be part of 5 in a row potentially, and also able to remove the centerpiece.
So a triangle, the triangles give 1 point,
Correct,
and the square gives 2 points. No,
correct, correct,
and 3 in a row gives 3 points.
correct again. So that's the basic foundation that people have to be able to have that much short-term memory and able to recall it at pretty much at will. It's a foundational learning to be able to play the game, I would say.
But a triangle has to be a the smallest possible triangle. You can't
Correct.
make a super triangle
Correct.
that would cover a side made of 3 in a row. No,
Well,
so
that
that
would
could be
be,
an alternative rule set.
yeah, that could be an alternative rule set, but I think I'm more focused on trying to distinguish the basic pieces and keeping the rules simple and common as much as is possible. So there's only 17 spaces, and the center is clear, hopefully, to anyone who can recognize shapes. That would be, I need to get a lighter colored marble. That one's too hard to see. But that's what you want to do. It's basically, I describe it like a deck of cards without the jokers, and you take out 1 card and divide it by 3. So this is a way to play multiple games, just like with a deck of cards, which has been around for hundreds, if not, I don't know when the first deck of cards came about, but a long time ago. But this is using shapes.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
He's not with us right now, but I
Oh,
do want to say I want to introduce my mother to Vinci now.
Okay. Is your mother visiting you today?
No, but we've reestablished contact with each other. She's currently staying over south of the University of Central Florida. And let's see, she turned 67 in 3 weeks.
Okay. So I don't know much about her situation, but 67 would not be too old to play Vinci. So far, the oldest person is Jairo's mother, but because there was a language issue there, it's not clear if she was playing entirely independent of Jairo. But in Toronto, the oldest male to play the game with understanding is 86. And he has short-term memory issues, but he could follow the logic and play the game. His name is Harvey, and he's part of my woodworkers club. But I have
Wow.
a neighbor who's 89, whose name is Lou, who's wheelchair bound, and he says he would like to play it. I think in my conversations with him that he will be able to, but until we actually try, we never know for sure. Lou's wife is a retired social worker. She's also 89. But after she saw the game, I think she felt more reluctance to try. But she did explain to me why so many seniors want to play bingo.
And what do you call the three in a row that is angled very differently from a regular 45-degree angle?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think they've been named.
Hmm.
Maybe
we
they should be,
we could ask a mathematician such as Mike Taylor.
but Mike Taylor is not coming anymore.
Or we could email him and say, what would you call that angle?
That's a good suggestion, Jairo. That would be great. How would we describe, or what name would we give to a special three in a row?
And how many points does one gain with that kind of three in a row? The same number?
Yes, you get 3 points, plus you get 2 for having occupied these. So it's actually
Wow.
5 points by itself.
Wow.
That's interesting. Yeah, I never thought of giving it a special name. That would be yeah, that's something to think.
You could call that three in a row twins. No. Orphan brothers. No.
Reunion, maybe. A reunion 3 in a row.
Toby.
It's the adoption angle.
Yeah, the adoption. Yeah, that's good. I like that. The adoption angle 3 in a row. Yeah. Maybe that's the best. We'll have to sleep on that for a while, because that's an interesting question. So there are only 2 adoption angle 3 in a rows in any game, and they don't always appear.
The adoption pair angle. Oh.
Or what if we call it the sibling angle? Is
The
that too fancy a
elliptical.
word?
The elliptical angle. The transverse angle.
So, why did the social worker say, or what reason did she give for why seniors like bingo so much?
Very interesting. I think I've told you I've been going to a lot of seniors groups and so on, trying to get people to test play the game, and mostly they refuse, even when there are hundreds and hundreds. And I just, dismissed it to the, reluctance to try anything new. But she introduced me to a completely different concept. And she said, when she worked, there's a big senior home and hospital here in Toronto called the Baycrest Center for Aging and Geriatric Care, and she worked there for many years. And she could never understand why, when they had the bingo, the whole place would converge. And then one day she was asking one of the bingo advocates, and the answer was, because nobody looks at your cards. So the premise of Vinci might go contrary to human nature, in that everything is visible. And if you are not successful, that's also visible to other players. Whereas in bingo, if you're not able to match up the numbers and the squares, no one will know. You won't win the game, but no one will know that you weren't actually playing the same game. You get to be part of the group without judgment, I would phrase it as.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I think that would be a big factor, which never occurred to me.
Right, because people are focused on their own cards.
That's right. So you may have the winning card and you didn't see the numbers, or you didn't cover them properly, and no one will know.
Unless you self-expose yourself. Yeah. Get upset or something like that. And
I
yet, but
get-
we have chess and checkers where everything's on the table, but not everyone necessarily sees the best move to take
So-
next.
So how can you bingoize Vinci game? Perhaps you could put a divider wall that goes touches the center position, and then you have two opponents, one on the left side and the other on the right side, and there's a divider wall that doesn't allow your opponent to see where your pieces are on the other square, the opposite square, but you see your own square. And then that way it gives it a bingoization to the game so that you're only focused on where your pieces are on your square, made up of nine. Oh, but you have a common square. So that's the connection between the two players, that they will be able to see that either you or they have conquered position number 9, but you don't know what they got on their side. So
Well,
how
I don't
would you
think
play
that's,
that game?
I don't think it's possible to change this game into bingo, because bingo, each person has their own board. It would be like playing Vinci on your own board, and it's a different game. Part of I think the advantage is that you are actually interacting with other people. So
Mm.
if you don't interact with other people, then you don't have to know what they're doing, and you can just play bingo. It would be like playing a solitary game of Vinci.
Right. Bingo
But
is much more a game of chance. This one is more of strategy or tactics, because in bingo you're handed the card. It's much more like lottery, and the excitement of bingo is the spinning of the balls and the revealing.
I I have it. So you put a dividing wall, so you only see your side, but then you get to guess where to put a piece of yours on their side, and your opponent tells you, no, that one's already taken, and that way you have to remember where he has placed them, and then at then there will come a point where then you remove the wall and count the the points.
Well, that sort of
Battleship.
assumes that there's that. Well, yeah, that assumes that one person is assigned one side and another person is assigned the other side, but that's not how the Vinci board works. It's one board that's shared amongst both players at the same time, or however many players there are at the same time.
Yeah. And it's also
The-
doesn't take into effect that we might have 5 players all interacting with each other, and indirectly in that interacting with other players by virtue of that interaction. So for instance, when I logged in today and you were talking and there was no sound, we were interacting. Whereas if we were kept in our separate universes, and I never mentioned to you, the only thing that's entertaining enough for a human being consistently is another human being. And that's the foundational principle of Vinci. It's the stimulation of another human being interacting. Otherwise, you might just play solitaire all day long. Or you could have read to the book.
Mm.
You could read the book if no one else is there. And it goes back to the philosophical question. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to see it, did it really fall? Did you really read Hiro for that hour on your own? Or do we know?
In Hyro's case, there's an artifact, but if zero sound was transmitted, then the artifact wouldn't tell you whether or not Hiro was simply moving his lips as though he was reading and not speaking. But if there is a slight, very faint sense of you can hear him. But it's interesting that you didn't hear Masa either, apparently. But then again, maybe Masa didn't speak.
Oh, he decided not to speak. He could have said, "I can't hear you. You're muted." But I kept on reading, and then he left after maybe 3 or 4 minutes, I suppose.
Masa sometimes is uncertain of his English accent, and he may have been reluctant to say something.
And it could have been cultural too, because that could be losing face to say to someone, "Hey, we can't hear you. You haven't set up your technology correctly."
Yes,
North Americans, I don't think we.
we don't think twice about that stuff. So, shall we play for the first game of Four Orphans, Hiro?
Okay.
It has never been played anywhere in the known universe before.
And we have audio.
We have audio, we have Four Orphans, but we don't have 2 players. If you promise not to win and make this competitive, will Rami play?
Hmm.
Well, in this case, I would be happy to play even competitively. Let's hurry
Whoa!
up. Let's hurry up and adopt those orphans, Hiro.
Okay. So
Oh,
is that agreed among the parties? Are we all clear on
okay.
the rules?
I think so.
Okay, then I have to get some marbles.
I don't have all my marbles there.
Well, that's an open question and it has been for a while, but I think we won't resolve it right now.
These are cloud-based marbles. We just have to wait for them to be implemented.
Okay, so I will use the, does everybody see the board clearly? Is it highlighted now?
Yes,
I
I
think
see it.
so.
However, my voice is annoying my wife, so I'm going to speak minimally.
Okay.
Okay, so this represents the Florida Championship for the first playing of Four Orphans on planet Earth. We are on planet Earth, and we're
Right.
dealing with the Florida Wake Up and Think Clearly group. So, just to review the rules, the center cannot be occupied unless it forms 3 in a row. Anyway, there are 9 ways to form 3 in a row. And the
9 ways.
9 ways.
Oh,
There
let's
may
see.
be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got them. I counted them.
But in 4 orphans, there are now 11 ways to form 3 in a row. We can have a what did we decide on the name, or we haven't found the name yet? We have an orphan 3 in a row, and we have a regular 3 in a row.
And you
I-
place the green in 3. I think you meant to place the green in 4 to represent the 4 orphan spaces.
Correct. So Rummy has the rules down pat, and he has the board memorized, which is what you would expect from almost anyone who has watched the game played at least once. Most people of above average intellect grasp the numbering system, the mapping of the board relatively quickly. And now what do I need? I need dice. Where are my dice? Or should we do rock, paper, scissors? Where are all my dice? I have so much junk here. It's depressing.
Hmm.
Here we go. Let's get
Or
us.
in tennis, the opponents greet at the net, and one of them says up or down, and he spins his racket and catches it and shows the butt of the racket. If it's a Wilson racket, then the W at the butt of the racket will look like a W or like an M if it's upside down. So I guess that's like spinning a coin, heads or tails. To
Well, actually,
decide
that's right. I've got a coin here. Maybe that makes it simpler. We'll
to
just flip.
decide who plays first. What they do is whoever wins the toss decides whether to go first or to let the other person go first.
Correct. Everything
Oh.
is a decision. In Vinci, the idea is everything is a decision. There is very little left to chance. Everybody has a decision.
So in a game of orphans, the game starts where you enter the world full of orphans already.
Correct.
Hyro, for the sake of time, may I invite you to go first?
Okay.
Well,
Thank you. Hyro, I invite you to go first.
Okay, now do you accept or reject, Hyro? You're giving Rami the advantage.
Oh.
You can invite
Okay.
him to go first, or I can just flip a coin. We have our inimitable
Oh,
Canadian
because
order.
if I go first, he will have a metaphysical, psychological, strategic advantage
Correct.
by going second.
Correct.
So I accept to go first.
Whoa.
I will attempt to overcome that disadvantage.
Okay, very good. So now, Hyro, you have to decide where your first move is.
Oh, so
Who
you
will-
have 4 orphans already set up.
Yes. So I just want to
But-
point out to you that each orphan by itself is already worth 1 point. So because you've
How
played this before, you may not have thought about it very much. It's probably an appropriate move to take an orphan right from the get-go, but maybe not. I don't know. It's never been tried before.
does one obtain an orphan?
Just tell me the color, and that piece will be removed, and your playing piece will set in. And you will
Okay.
keep this as part of your score. The yellow would be part of your score, and it would give you 1 point.
Oh, so I'll take the green one.
Okay, so I'm
And
gonna
I'm
Hyro,
I'm white.
Hyro pieces on my right, your left, and white. Now, Rami, it's now your move.
All right. So I have to admit first off that it disturbs me a little that the orphan piece or the piece representing an orphan is removed from the board.
Okay,
Yes. Like it causes me to question what is the motive of adopting an orphan? Is it
well,
is
the
it to try to is it to traffic the orphan? Is it to is the orphan representational? I mean, what if your piece is next to the orphan? Couldn't that be a way? And then the orphan piece stays on the board.
well,
And then when it comes time to tallying points, that's how you do it, or that would cause an issue. I guess it creates an issue down the line when it comes time to scoring, doesn't it? Because you're not
correct,
sure who
correct.
the orphan
Well,
is next to.
this orphan has now been adopted as part of the White family.
Right.
And I understand there may be kind of an ennui about removing from the board, but that may just be one of the many emotional things we have to deal with in life one way or another.
All right, we'll try it this way through
Yeah,
for this
we can
first
change it. We
round at
can
least.
change it later. Yeah.
All right, I would like a piece. Oh,
Maybe you could think of those orphan pieces as the adoption papers.
Correct.
So now I have adopted an orphan, and it's sitting there as that white marble.
um,
Right.
so I would like to place it's one marble at a time in Vinci.
Correct.
Okay, I would like to place my marble on square 5, please.
On which side?
The side opposite that Hyro was initially occupied. Okay, thank you.
Is that what you meant? Okay.
Thank you.
Hyro, you have another move.
Oh,
You can
wow.
go anywhere on either side, including
I
another
will
if you want to.
adopt the red orphan.
Red is now adopted. Rami. Are you there, Rami?
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and adopt the yellow orphan.
Yellow is now adopted. And Hyro.
I'll adopt the blue orphan.
Blue is now adopted. So just to reiterate what I think the understanding of the rules is, Hyro has 3 points which cannot be removed from his score. Rami has 1 point which cannot be removed from his score or altered. And the game continues as normal. It's now Rami's third move.
7, please, on same side that I've been occupying. Thank you.
Hyro.
Hmm. 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 I will adopt the center piece
Of which side?
or piece number 9, right?
You cannot. You cannot because you don't have 3 in a row. Or are you assuming that the adoptee gives you that right?
Yes.
Well, I hadn't contemplated that, but maybe that's. Do you have any objection to playing by that rule, Rami?
What?
An amendment to the rules. A high rule has been added.
The high row 3 in a row rule. Okay, we're gonna go with it. It certainly wasn't what I'd thought about, but I think it's quite reasonable and quite valid. Okay, Rami.
Hmm. Oh,
Nice. That's the first orphan angle. I would like 5 on the same side that I've been playing.
Yeah, that's right. That's the very first time the orphan angle 3 in a row has been deployed in active play on a
5.
game.
5. No, 1.
Sorry, did you say, what did you say, Rami?
5 on the same side that I've been playing.
You've
No,
already got
you've
that.
I'm
already-
sorry, not 5, 1. Apologies. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
Yes.
oh. I would like. Wow. Look at that.
Iro
Oh.
is really cottoning on to this 4 orphans variant.
Oh,
Mhm, yes. He had a strategy and everything.
He did. Well, I saw that
What?
strategy to
Cool.
block you from getting that 3 in a row.
2, 3.
I thought about that, but I didn't think about using it as forming a 3 in a row.
I guess I could use that. Oh,
And 3 in a rows can be orthogonal or 45 3 in a rows in a traditional game.
Yeah,
This merely introduces the orphan angle.
orphan angle. That's a
Hobby,
good expression.
hobby.
I guess I'll place a. Uh, I'll put position number 1.
Okay, Rami.
Wow. There's so many options.
All right, I will take 2, same side. Thank you.
Oh, take. Oh, oh. Hmm. Oh, oh. I will take 8. No, the other 8. There.
All right, I have to play this somewhat strategically. It wasn't my plan, but I will take the opposing 8. Thank you.
It wasn't your.
Mm, mm, 5. Hmm.
We're getting down to the end here, guys.
All right, I'll pick 3, same side that I've been mostly playing.
Iro,
Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Oh, uh, 1, 2, 3, 3.
Rami, you have 2 choices.
I'll remove the, I'll fill the 2 square. Yes.
And Hiro, you have no choice. Okay, so Hiro has 9 pieces on the board. Rami has 8 pieces on the board. And now Rami has the option to remove any one of Hiro's pieces because Hiro gave him that advantage at the onset of play, waiving his right to a coin toss.
Oh, except he cannot remove my orphans.
That's
Well,
fine. I had no plans
Oh.
on removing your orphan.
no, you can remove the orphan spaces,
Right.
but you do not lose the points for having adopted. These are kept track of separate.
Okay.
So Rami can remove any space. There are no restrictions.
Please remind me, I know that a triangle is worth 1. Which one is worth 2? Is it a 3 in a row or is that a square?
A square.
Square is worth
Square
2.
is worth
Then
2.
I am removing 1. Wait. What is worth 3 points? In a row?
3 in a row.
3 in a row. So remind me how the telling works. If I were to remove 1, that would remove the 2 diagonal in a rows that he has. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would remove this one. He would lose 3 points. It would remove this one. He would lose 3 points.
Right.
And it would remove these 2 triangles. So he would lose another 2 points.
Okay.
That would cost 8 points.
Isn't that
Wow.
isn't that? Oh yeah, 8 points. Okay. Now, and if I had removed 3, which
That would
no, I'm sorry, 5. If I remove 5,
that would remove 1 line of 3, 2 lines of 3, 3 lines of 3, and it would remove this square, so you'd lose 1 point there. You would take away 10 points. 3,
In the
6, 9, and 1 is 10.
in a triangle. No.
I include, no, you would still have a triangle, but your square would be downgraded into a triangle.
right? And that square is worth 2 points.
Correct.
So
But
3
the
times
remaining-
3 plus,
remaining
and but he
triangle-
gets the triangle, so it'd be removing 1 point technically, and that would be 10. So I
Correct.
could
But-
either remove from his side
8 or 10.
8 or 10. Now the question is, and maybe this is metaphysical.
The question is, why didn't I get my cake for my birthday? That's the question.
Oh, that's right. I never made you a cake, Stacy.
No, you didn't.
Oh, do you want me to make you one this morning? No, we bought you a cake.
No, we didn't.
I thought we did.
No, we didn't.
Okay, then we'll solve that issue. Thank you. I think I had the same issue. Sorry. Is the game Vinci sandboxed,
As boring as-
or does whether I take 8 points or 10 points affect karma outside of the game?
Well, I'm not 100% certain what you mean by that, but let me just go back a step before we even address that question.
Mhm.
So if we count up Hyro's points now,
Mhm.
and we count up your points now,
Mhm.
and if we assume that we have correctly isolated the best possible piece for you to remove, meaning you'll reduce Hyro's points by 10,
Mhm.
then we should
Yes, he
find
does.
out whether Hyro has
Yes.
10 more points than you to begin with. Otherwise, we know the winner. So I'm just going to count that for a minute. So Rami has 3 points for this line, 3 points for this line. That's 6, 7, 8, 9 points. And one more point because he adopted an orphan. He has 10.
And there's another diagonal that goes, let me see.
Oh, yes,
There's
you're
one-
right.
Yeah, okay.
So 13 points. 13 points, whereas Hyro has 3, 6, 9, and another 3 is 12,
And an additional diagonal.
and an additional diagonal is 5, 15. And square is 2 is 17, and one more triangle is 18, plus he adopted 3 orphans is 21. So I think whatever happens, Hyro will win by 1 point. That you cannot remove enough points.
When you can you go over how you count mine
Sure.
slowly?
You're white. So you have 3 in a row along here, 3 in a row along here, 3 in a row along here. That's 3 3 in a rows. The diagonal is 4 3 in a rows. And then you have the first orphan 3 in a row. So that's 6 points, 6 3 in a rows. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 5 3 in a rows, 15 points. Then you have a square here, which is 19 points. 2 triangles, one here and one here, 20 and 21 points. And 3 orphans that you've adopted, so you get 3 more points. That's 20.
When you count a square, then you can't use the triangles that make up the square.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. So this was the only square you have, and this outside the square is another triangle. So you have 2 points for the square and 2 points for the 2 triangles together.
So does he have a total of 22 points?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you concur, Hyro, or do you count differently?
So let's see. So how many 3 in a rows? 1, 2, 3, 4. Was there a 5th one?
There is a 5th one, yes.
Did I miss one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Okay, we missed the diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th one, which is the orphan 3 in a row, the angular one. So that's 5 is 15 points. Plus 2 for the square is 17 points. 18 and 19 because of 2 triangles. And 3 points for having adopted 3 orphans is 22 points.
I think that's right.
So if Rami, as we suggested, removed the one that would reduce that by 10 points calculated, then he would have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. So even though Jairo gave Rami the advantage at the outset, he
What if you remove number 1 on my side instead?
you'll have more points. You'll only lose 7 points that way.
Oh.
So you have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
What?
11 plus 3 for your adoptees is 14.
3, 6, 9, 10. Where's the 11?
1, 3 in a row, 2, 3 in a rows is 3 and 3 is 6. Triangle in the corner is 7 plus 3 in a row for the orphans is 10 and 3 is 13, sorry. And Rami would have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you definitely won.
Well, let's let him know for sure, because a few times now you've been missing the 1, 3, 7 3 in a row on my of the black marbles.
One, oh, sorry,
Sorry.
yeah. So 3 and 3 is 6, and another 3 is 9, 10, 11, 12, and 1 adoptee is 13. Thanks for watching, guys, because it's kind of hard for me to see this up close sometimes.
So the difference would be 0.
Correct.
Oh, if he took off the number 1.
That's right. If he picked the wrong one instead of this one, so that single mistake at the end of the game could be the difference between winning and losing.
So he would reduce my points by taking off number 5 the most.
Yeah, that was what we had calculated, and I think that's correct.
1, 3 in a row, 2, 3 in a row, that's 6. 7, 8, 9 plus 3 is 12. That's right. So he would win by removing that one, right?
Yep. Good game, guys. Just one mistaken move can cost you the game, even right at the end. But I think Jairo had cottoned on to the strategy of using the orphans and the extra value you get from occupying those spaces earlier in the game. And
Yes, that was impressive, Jairo.
that was pretty good, Jairo. And you did it in English too.
Wow.
So that means that the score is 1 point for Jairo. Jairo is on the board with a score of 1. We'll give the white die to Jairo. And then in inning 2,
Why did I get 1?
because it was only the first round. Remember, it's
So round is over.
round 1 is over. The victor is Jairo. He
Did
has
I win?
Interesting.
1 point on the game.
Was that intentional to not allow me the opportunity to remove the one piece,
I
not to
don't,
exercise that option?
I didn't understand that.
Was it intentional not to allow me the option to remove the piece?
No, you removed it, but still Hyro wins, no? Did I misunderstand?
Good question.
Let's try
This is
again.
interesting because, you know, maybe the polite thing to do would allow the more Asian thing to do would be to allow the elder to win. If I
So-
have 13 and I remove, in one case, if I were to remove, let's say 1, then we would be tied. But if I were to remove 5, then he would lose 10 points of his 22, which would bring him down to 12.
Okay, I thought we
Yeah.
resolved that, but let's revisit it again. Maybe I've misunderstood because I was more anxious to see what would happen.
Yes,
Our
yes, by removing the number 5 piece, I would get 12. By removing the number 1 piece, I would get 13. So it would be to his advantage for him to remove the number 5. So I would get 12 and he would win. So which one did he remove? Let's say he removed number 5.
I haven't
So he
exercised
won.
the option yet because I already realized some minutes ago that was the situation. Which then leaves, I mean, I could have let you know, carry on, but philosophically, this is the interesting thing that I'd kind of like to explore. And let's make sure, well, I'll be quiet and let.
Okay, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. I took the view that we were playing this as a normal competitive game, and that a rational player would seek to win because that's the name of the game. But
Right.
if there was some other motive, and I have seen these games played, I've often seen games played between grandparents and grandchildren where clearly the grandfather wants the granddaughter to win and they're playing for a 25-cent allowance or something. So that, but in this particular case, you being friends and equals and normal competitors, I would say, or I would describe you as, I took the simplifying assumption that Rami would take the piece that's most in his advantage, which would have been this one. And in that case, I thought that the final score for Hyro would have been 3 and another 3 for the orphan, which would be 6. Then we have 7, 8, and 9, plus his 3 orphan pieces. He would have a score of 12. And then Rami would have 3, make sure I get this right because I have mistaken it before, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 1 for an orphan, which would be 10. So
In
higher,
that case, you missed out the
3, 6, 9.
5, 6, 7 line of 3.
1, okay, sorry, 3, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And what I've already let Hyro had 13 as well. Is that
No,
right?
12.
12.
12.
Okay, so my mistake, I apologize.
All right.
Rami wins this game irrespective of which piece he removes.
Oh, that's if I exercise, because we're still talking in the world of hypotheticals here. The
Right.
decision has not technically been exercised yet, because
No, that was
I have to decide
was
what
the
our
best-
relationship is, and also does
that was the
playing
best
within the
move.
is
would
there
be that one.
separation inside this game? So is what happens in this game karmically restricted to the game itself and its innings?
I'm glad you're, can you make some food?
Or if
No.
I
No.
end up winning the whole thing because of this one decision, let's say picking 1 or removing
Hubby, I'm gonna-
his white marble on 5,
I'm done.
does that mean, what would you like to eat, my love?
Cornbread pancakes.
I will start mixing
You're
them.
done.
So
I'm done listening to the semantics of Marvel.
would that like affect Hyro and I's relationship?
I hope it does.
My wife
Oh.
hopes it does. I would hope that it wouldn't, because I think it depends probably upon what does Hyro value?
Well,
The fucking marble. Grow up. And fast.
well, you know,
So what do you say, Hyro? How would you have wanted that to be played out? I think that's the safest question away from me.
Hmm. Because we were analyzing, we were systematically analyzing what would be the best move. Then we discovered that it would be removing number 5. Then that's what we'll do. And I'm okay with that.
All right. Okay. Well, as long as you're okay with that, I'm okay continuing to play normal competitively. Since in the end, it is really about adopting the orphans, right?
yeah. And the
Okay.
question in my mind is, who won? I'm so confused.
If I heard Hyro correctly, I
we
think you said
determined-
remove the white on 5.
That would bring about the optimum results for the player represented by Rami,
Well,
and would
represented
give
by
him the
black.
win. The black would win by 1 point, 13-12.
Okay, I'm going to just check this now, because who gets the 1 game point? I just want to be certain that it's Rami's game point and not Hyro's. So I'm going to count one last time now
I
that we
got it. Okay, of course.
3, 4, 5, 6, and 3 for the
3,
orphan
4,
is
5,
9,
6.
plus the
9.
3 orphans adopted is 12. Rami has 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 1 orphan adopted is 13. So I am declaring as the official Vinci officiant that the end of inning 1 goes to Rami, who had the advantage going into the game, and he has a game point of 1, and we go into the second inning with
I have to ask, do you happen to, or maybe this will be something you might go seeking to acquire, do you happen to have any black die with white dots?
black die with white dots. I do have some.
Yes, may I have my my piece that represents, if you can find it, a black to be a black die with white dots, since I'm operating on the black marbles.
Okay, well, you won't be operating on the black marbles in the next inning because we rotate the color of the playing pieces.
Oh,
So I can still get you a black die, I think. I have
oh,
one.
okay. Well, if that's the issue, then it doesn't matter. But if I recall, you normally have a die per player to represent what their score is.
Correct, correct.
Okay. And we didn't go through the process to determine what our scorekeeping die color
Correct.
is.
Correct. So I thought I would, because there are only 2 of us and because you're both cognitively with it more or less, I realize there may be controversy around that opinion. I thought I would simply use a small and a large die,
Oh,
to
that's fine.
the respective scores.
Yeah, okay, I'll go by the small die. That's fine.
Okay. So Rami is the small die. Hyro is
My goodness.
the large die, and I can set up
So
the round 2.
So where's my die?
Your die is off the board because you have no score yet.
Oh, so I have a score of 0.
You have a
Oh,
score.
How many innings are we playing today?
3.
Okay.
3 is a standard Canadian game.
Okay. And in baseball, do the innings differ between Canada and the US, or do they both operate on a standard set?
I think they're a standard set, although I'm not a big sports fan, but I believe in baseball they operate on a standard set. A full game would be 9 innings. Okay, so I'm putting the orphans back. And I am going to say the first move this time must go to Rami, and you will be the white player this time, Rami. You can go anywhere on either side.
5.
5 on this side. Is that what you meant?
Big 6.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, Hyro, your move.
Mm. 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 Red.
Rami. Are you still with us, Rami? Your mic is turned off.
I'm still with you. I didn't want too much chatter on this in this household to interrupt with the recording, but it looks like we're still waiting on Hyro's placement of his first. No, he's already placed. I'm sorry, he adopted next to me.
Yes.
You know what? Today, I think I shall adopt 4 from the opposite end of the board that I'm currently occupying.
That means green.
Yes.
Hyro.
Mm. 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 Yellow.
Predictable. Predictable, but good, I think.
And blue.
Rami is now not ignoring the orphans as he did in the first round, although because he was still able to recover, it didn't affect him. Hyro.
The center one.
That's the famous Hyro move. The orphan 3 in a row.
The orphan angle.
Orphan angle 3 in a row. Rami.
Bravo, Hyro. I will complete my first 3 in a row. Thank you.
Hyro.
Mm. 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 Ah. Mm. 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 Ah. Ah. Uh, one on on the side where Rami has most of his. Hmm.
Rami,
I'll take one.
Hiro,
Hmm. Ah. Uh, uh, uh. 8 to block a 3. Oh, Rami.
Rami,
Hmm.
2 to block, please. Next to the side that I have a 3 in a row. Thank you.
Hmm.
Hiro,
Hmm. Wow. Yes. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
looks like a tight game,
Hmm.
very
Hmm.
tight.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Uh,
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
is it
1, 2,
is it my move or
3,
Harry's move right now?
4, 5.
Hiro's move.
7 on the side where there's only 2 of Rami.
Rami,
Hmm.
I'll take 8 where I have the 3
I'll
in
take
a
the
row.
divorce.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hiro,
Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on the side where there's only 2 of Rami's. Hmm.
okay, coming down to the end now, guys.
Hmm. Hmm.
3.
Why am I angry?
Hiro,
Hmm. One, two, 2 to block Rami from getting 4. Yes.
and then no choice, so that's the end of inning 2. So because you both have 2 orphans, we don't have to consider those in the counting because they cancel each other out, so to speak. And
Hmm.
now, just before we remove a piece, let's see where we stand because it may not be necessary. Rami is the white pieces, and he has 3, 4, 5 points by my count before losing a piece. Hiro has 3, 6, 7, 8 points. So it's really not necessary to go through the removal process. I take it that Hiro wins this inning. is there any controversy or disagreement about my finding? I hear no objection. I'm assuming there is none. I will now place Hyro's piece on the board with number 1 facing up, and we have a tie.
But before us ending, let's, for grins and giggles, see what would be the optimum move for me to reduce the score the most, or on Rami's.
Well, I think
we
it's
beat
pretty
that one.
clear that that one would bring Rami's score down to just 1 point.
Wow, that's right. Oh,
So,
Plus the 2 orphans.
no, but Hyro also has 2 orphans. So I simplified it by not counting the orphans for either of you.
You're
Ba-
right. You were speaking in relative as opposed to in absolute terms. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that matters. So just to reiterate the rules, because
I would argue, depending on one's perspective, that they both matter, and it's
well,
good to
yeah,
know the difference.
I mean, you could see it that way, but just in terms of the numerical outcome of that particular inning,
Agreed.
in the effort of saving a little bit of time, I simplified. So going into that inning, Rami had 1 point. Had he won that inning, he would have not had 2 points, but he would have had 3 points because he had won 2 consecutive innings. The first 2 innings only would give him an extra point, but he did not win that inning, and therefore he doesn't get any points. And Hyro, being its first winning inning, gets 1 point. So we're tied going into the 3rd and decisive inning,
Which might not occur because Hyro, maybe his internet fell off because he fell off the Zoom.
oh, really?
You want to take a picture? Oh, we both know that it would come down to a single play.
It
and I
was,
don't
it
know
was
if
the
we'll pick it
third
up.
inning. The third inning counts for triple points. So whoever wins this next inning, whenever Hyro returns.
I cannot allow you to roll on his behalf to figure out.
No, I'm not intending to. I suggest we leave it at the 3rd inning unresolved until such time as Hyro is able to return and we're able to complete the match for the Florida.
I must say, congratulations on this new rule set. Not only did you rope me into my very first Vinci game, congratulations for that.
It's not hard.
But I think we explored several interesting, different aspects today. We, for me, it kind of reinforced the bias that it's not who votes, but who counts the votes. Or in this case, who kept the score. I like the fact that it's open.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we were all honest here. The fact that it is open allowed us all to see what the votes were and contest it. And you allowed the contestation so that we could come to, and that I like the fact that Hyro and I were both like on the side of figuring out what it was. And also that Hyro decided to actually play it competitively.
Yeah, well, you're both obviously very intelligent players, and very I don't know what word to use, but genteel maybe, or respectful of each other and the rules, but also curious to know the outcome of different ways. And Hyro, in spite of the fact that he sometimes talks a little bit slowly and appears not to be following things, he clearly grasped everything right from the get-go. And this 4 orphan variant, he used it very well to his advantage in the first round. And I think it's a sort of a foregone conclusion that you want to grab the orphans right from the beginning. It seems to be because they give you irremovable points or unlosable points. it's probably a no-brainer strategy, but I could be wrong about that.
I like that. How might we extrapolate from this? If a state were to offer incentives to adopt, would that mean we would have very few orphans? And also, it presents questions like, how would you rule out the screening process would have to be rather intense so that you don't have people adopting just for the subsidy to adopt a child.
Hubby,
I don't think any of those have universal rules that might apply.
I've got a new amendment to the rule book.
Yes?
It's each player gets to implement a steal. The adopted child is sex trafficked. So he gets to steal gets a chance to steal an adopted child, but instead of doing his own turn, he gets a chance to steal. But by stealing that child, yes, he places his piece in that position that was once adopted child of the other, but the other still gets to keep the adoption papers. What do you think?
I'm not sure I followed that entirely, but I think you need to play the basic rules a little bit before we start introducing too many amendments too quickly, because the rules are not yet solidified. But I think the rules, like the other variant that I was thinking of, that you could not adopt one of the pieces unless it forms part of a shape. So you couldn't just go from the get-go and grab a piece, because in a 4-player game that makes everybody equal, but in a 5-player game, the 5th player wouldn't have any orphans left to adopt. But we very seldom get 5 players, so that might be kind of a moot point. Anyway, it was a good game, guys, and thanks for trying it, and thanks for experimenting. You're both great players, and the championship of the Florida Orphan variant game is still up for grabs, you being the only 2 players who have ever played it on the planet of the Earth.
This is the first of the first play of the Orphan Vinci game.
Correct. The Orphan variant of the Vinci game.
Orphan variant of the Vinci game.
You have been the very first people to play it on September the 2nd at approximately 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
A historic moment.
A historic moment in the history of mankind.
May have to declare this a holiday.
Yes,
Vinci holiday.
We'll call it the first Saturday before Labor Day, or the first Saturday during Labor Day.
In honor of orphans around the world.
Yes, yes. Anyway, I'm going to go and make some breakfast now. So it was good to see. I hope somebody else shows up. It'd be interesting if we could have a 3-way game with Joe Bullock. I think he would be an interesting competitor as well. And it'd be interesting to see how the 3 people
would play a regular Vinci.
Yeah, regular and or 4 orphans.
Or orphan.
Okay, guys, you have a good weekend. I got to go make breakfast myself. Jairo, you can start reading again. even if no one's listening, I think it still matters.
Okay, I will read from Universal Compassion. Where is it? Here it is. Universal Compassion. I'll flip through the pages and stop somewhere. Do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others. Do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others. That's page 120 of a book that has approximately over 220 pages. I'm on page 120. And this is the section of the book called The Commitments of Training the Mind. So there are a bunch of commitments for training the mind. And the commitments for training the mind is the 6th point of the 7-point mind training. But let's go back to this section called Do Not Seek Happiness by Causing Unhappiness to Others. So that is a commitment. So when you are committed to undergo training of the mind, you would be committed to the commitments of training the mind. And one of the commitments is do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others. So let's read to find out what that is about. It's only a page long, a little less. So it looks like it's about 3 paragraphs long. Do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others. Oh, you know what? Maybe I could switch. Yeah, okay, now I can point better. See, now I know what I'm reading. Okay, so I'm reading Do Not Seek Happiness by Causing Unhappiness to Others. That seems obvious. Let's see. There are many ways of causing others suffering for the sake of our own personal gain, such as killing, stealing, engaging in sexual misconduct, slandering, and even mistreating employees or deceiving employers. We should try to avoid all of these. This commitment, the commitment of do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others, this commitment also advises us not to wish harm on others.
I'm about to warm my wife's coffee, and I am now able to hear you guys.
Nope.
Oh, so in this book that I'm reading, I randomly opened to a page that has a section called Do Not Seek Happiness by Causing Unhappiness to Others. So there are many ways of causing others suffering for the sake of our own personal gain, such as killing, stealing, engaging in sexual misconduct, slandering, and even mistreating employees or deceiving employers. So we should try to avoid all of these. This commitment also advises us not to wish harm on others. For example, by hoping that our parents will die soon so that we can inherit their property, or wanting a relationship to end so that we can be with one of the partners, or wishing someone to lose their job so that we can have it for ourselves, and so forth. In the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, that's the name of a book, a text by by an Indian Buddhist master, Shantideva. It says, translated from maybe Tibetan or Sanskrit, it says, he said, if we use others for our own selfish means, we shall experience servitude ourselves. But if we use ourselves for the sake of others, we shall enjoy high status and pleasing forms. Pleasing forms is it means that we will become beautiful looking. It is very difficult to understand how karma functions in detail, but we can know for certain that if we inflict suffering on others to gain happiness for ourselves, we will be reborn into a state of servitude with no personal freedom. On the other hand, if we respect others and work for their benefit, we will take rebirth in a powerful family and experience fortunate circumstances. So that is the commitment of do not seek happiness by causing the unhappiness of others. Do not seek happiness by causing unhappiness to others.
Have you ever met an Indian or former Buddhist or Hindu or any other person who comes from a culture wherein one of the axioms is that reincarnation is as fact, who do not believe in reincarnation?
Have I met someone who comes from a Hindu or Buddhist culture, and maybe you would expect them to believe in reincarnation, but they do not, or something like that? Is that what you're saying, asking?
Yes. Have you ever met any former Hindu or Buddhists who do not believe in reincarnation?
Hmm. I don't know. I haven't. I don't recall meeting anyone like that, or maybe they were like that, but I didn't know that they were like that. That they had become like that. I didn't question their belief in that. Hmm. Or maybe they didn't believe, but they attended teachings where that was taught, but they kept it quiet to themselves. Maybe they were raised in such a culture, but then they studied in Western universities and they let go of that belief. But they
Would
kept
be. Yeah, sorry. Let's say.
possible. It's possible that maybe they became doctors and maybe they maybe they less believe it. Possible. Mhm.
Hmm. I would like to meet such people and see what they still carry up, or what it is. It have you met? I'm the only one I'm thinking of. Perhaps would be Sam Harris, who I doubt believes in an afterlife. I don't know what his position on reincarnation would be if he has one. It may be maybe his is that that there is no such thing. But then again, in many other areas and ways, I don't respect Sam too much. Whereas many more atheists, such as Ben Griffith, does. And I know a number of other people that do too. And in some ways, I do. I think he's got a few good points. It's like, I mean, you can find the good in practically anyone, I think, and try to emphasize that. But yeah, I just think it'd be interesting to find someone who grew up in that background, but then who has abandoned
Feed
that belief.
him the meat pack you feed him every morning.
I'm going to give our dog something that tastes like Play-Doh, but it says it's beefy.
You can, it's not my problem.
I tried a little chunk of it to see what it's like. That's how I know it tastes like Play-Doh to me. But I'm doing that because she's gotten the dog all up in arms and now he's barking. Although he'll bark anyway. It's because he's old and sometimes he goes in the backyard and out into the world. Hey, Yojiro, how you doing? Are you looking for your old friends from a prior lifetime? Go. Hey, there you go. He just wants some pets. And then when I pet one of them, the other one he expects pets too. So then I wound up having both arms occupied. No, Mama, I know you're hungry too. So why don't you go ahead and eat the breakfast that you asked me to make for you? Oh, yep. Okay.
Feed him first. Feed him.
Who was it who said?
Feed him meat pack
Was it
first.
Philip K. Dick who said that reality
Feed him meat pack first.
is that which continues past the point of you believing in it?
Oh.
Feed him the meat pack first. Okay. Dogs are primarily carnivorous, so if you keep them, you got to give them some animal protein. Otherwise, they're not going to be as healthy as they would be.
Hmm.
Did you come to terms with the whole tiger thing? About how, like how, what do Hindus do in the face of tigers?
Pray.
Do they? Yes, they pray, I'm sure. But in terms of past praying, I mean, what do you know to be the Indian or the Hindu response to tigers? If they're Chinese Hindus too, and Chinese Buddhists as well, and they have tigers, I think, in China as well. Perhaps not so much in the wild, depends on what part. There you go.
Hmm.
There you go. I split the meat pack amongst the 3 dogs.
How to make my dog. I'm the pig.
Moist and meaty steak flavor. 100% complete and balanced nutrition for adult dogs. I'll be back.
Well, Indian society,
Wife here.
tigers.
So I film on each one of them.
One time, India must have been full of lots of tigers. Now they have less forests
I'm done.
than before,
You don't need to shut the door.
much less tigers. Oh, and more people. So maybe they encounter tigers more often. Well, once they see them,
Back in my wheelchair.
they get rid of them somehow because they're a menace to their village. I would think. So they must have preserves for tigers.
Or, I mean, did they kill the tigers who would become man-eaters?
Oh,
Do they kill the women who become man-eaters too?
I don't know.
oh.
There are goddesses who I think have done that
Yeah, I know.
in there.
Some of my bosses named after you.
Ah, boy.
Don't plug me back in. Unplug me in.
Yes, darling.
Oh, there is a tale of when the Buddha in his previous
understand
life,
why I get angry.
in one of his
No.
many previous lives, was seeing
He's small.
a,
He suffers from
was
small.
able
it's
to
evening.
see
Why
a
is that?
tiger, a mother tiger, and a tiger cubs, a litter of tigers, and the mother tiger was very hungry, and so were the tiger cubs. There was no food. And so this the Buddha that was in his previous life, but he was training to become a Buddha in his previous life, so he was considered a bodhisattva. So he had attained a level that he had clairvoyant powers, or could read the tiger's mind at a distance, or something like that. So he sensed that the mother tiger was hungry and was about to eat a cub or two. So that would be terrible, not just for the cubs, but for the mother. It would be like a sin. It would be negative karma. It would be a accumulation of demerit, negative karma. Yeah. So tremendous negative karma. So the bodhisattva decided to offer his body to the mother tiger, so as to prevent the mother tiger from eating the cubs. Maybe the calculation of negative karma was determined to be less if the tiger ate the flesh of another species versus its own cubs, its own flesh and blood. So the bodhisattva offered like a sacrifice, died for her sins. So he gave his life to the mother cub and the mother tiger, and that prevented the mother tiger from killing and eating the cubs. And what happened? So the bodhisattva died, but it was a good death because it catapulted him into a higher rebirth with more accumulated positive karma to further his progress in attaining Buddhahood in some future life to be born as the Buddha. So in previous lives of the Buddha, there's lots of tales like that of how the Buddha was once this or that bodhisattva and would do all these kinds of actions that would accumulate for him more and more merit. and so it's things like that. And giving his body to reduce the negative karma of the other and increase his own positive karma. But of course, we would not do that. That is out. I wouldn't do that. Outlandish. But maybe that's kind of like an example of altruism or thinking of others more than self. And yet, it turned out to be selfish, but it was a wise kind of selfishness because it increased the actions merit, accumulated more and more merit, like putting money in the bank. Maybe it's like an investment with compounding interest or something.
By the way, with me, you don't have to try to put a idea that would be Hindu stroke Buddhist into a Hebrew stroke Christian or beyond frame, because I've studied at least on a surface level and continue to study the various religions in their own, I guess, axiomatic bases. And if you speak merely in terms of compassion, I can get what you're trying to say. I don't know if you're saying it because you're doing it for yourself or you're trying to do it for me, but you can speak it within the context of itself, and that's just fine. So a few different things that you'd brought up in that recounting. One, it reinforces the idea of reincarnation, the idea that one could boost one's own karma by sacrificing oneself in order so that so as to prevent a greater sort of, I guess, karmic negativity for the tiger mother. So this is the version of the Bodhisattva training earlier version of the Buddha making this decision in order to keep or prevent the mother tiger from doing something more horrible than what he thought would be less horrible, sacrificing himself to feed the tiger family. Which also helps paint the Bodhisattva in training in the light of being a hero. I don't know that necessarily all villages have taken that approach when tigers start eating some of the village members. So I'm wondering how, in the variety of responses to it, like we, for instance, might, because we have guns, we might use tranquilizer guns to tranquilize the tiger and then put it into a tiger habitat and seek to rehabilitate the tiger. And that could be our compassionate response. Yes, dear.
Wait, removal.
Yes, dear. But then again, maybe, because I'm not an animal expert, perhaps others have decided they've tried that and it didn't work. And so what they do is when a tiger starts eating humans, perhaps they just go out and hunt and try to kill the tiger. I don't know. That's probably taken place. Well, there's a couple of movies, Hard Heart of Darkness is one. And only that's the context of lions in Africa, and also Jaws. In the original Jaws, they go out to try to find the human-eating shark, and they capture one and think that that's the one, and it turns out that wasn't the one.
Hmm.
These are all mythologies, but there's chords, there's wisdom in the seeds of these things, right? So
Mhm.
how would you deal with it, Hyro? I guess I could start there. If, let's say, we didn't have wildlife experts or anyone that we could call, and we lived in, let's say, an isolated village. Let's say Winter Park was an isolated, or your neighborhood was an isolated village, and Winter Park didn't exist, or London and all the surrounding towns didn't exist, but you're there in that suburban neighborhood, and sometimes a tiger would go around in the neighborhood. I mean, besides organizing and rallying a neighborhood watch to make the elderly and the children aware. What would you do if tigers started eating your people in your neighborhood? How would you go about? I mean, what would be your response to that situation?
Mhm. How would I respond to the situation where there's a tiger, or maybe in this region, might be more probable and feasible to imagine that it would be a black bear, like a Florida bear, those that
Well,
are
black bears aren't
food
as
in.
they're not as deadly as the grizzlies. Um, Instead
Oh,
of black
and
bear,
the grizzly.
let's go with the example of the Florida panther. That's the big cat that we have here in the southeast.
Or a cougar? Is a Florida panther like a cougar? But it's black?
Similar.
Is it?
You're thinking of a puma. Florida panther tends to be tan, silver, white. They'll fit into the forest, but they're nowhere as big as tigers. But they're still quite large. They're about the same weight as us. Tigers can be several hundreds of pounds. Florida panthers are about our weight generally, and their mouths aren't as big.
Wow.
Still, they got a swipe that could probably take you out if they swiped you enough times.
What would I do? So, like if I was the mayor of Winter Park and there were no other adjacent cities,
And
and
most
maybe
importantly, yeah,
and lots of forest. And what technology would I have? What would I be in the 18th century? Would I have access to rifles or spears or
yeah. Let's make it
bows and
interesting and
arrows?
say no. Yeah. Well, we we can ask the question and try to answer according to all three, because you suggested projectile weapons and maybe a spear you can throw once.
Mhm.
But I noticed that you took to weapons already as a form of defense. So does that mean that you're in agreement with the idea that arms are a human right?
Mm. Oh, a human right. That means a right as in it's protected in a government's constitution, perhaps,
Well,
or in the
it doesn't.
society. Mm,
Yeah, go on.
And that it's decided by that society to be okay, that we've agreed that it would be a good tool to have, but it's a dangerous tool. So maybe the society could set up some rules. Who could have that tool? Maybe have some licensing and some education, like training before using.
In Thailand, you have to have a license to own a knife.
Wow, that's
If you go to a Thai restaurant, notice you'll only be issued a fork and a spoon, and all the food is edible bite size. Because only the chefs are licensed to have a knife in the country, and also in the restaurants it translates.
wow.
Mhm.
That's that be because they they figured it was too dangerous to have around. They had lots of murders, people killing each other with knives. Maybe they didn't have too many guns, or it was too expensive to own guns, or they outlawed guns, maybe. So
Well,
they had to kind of make it kind of have the knives kind of hidden away, or only the chefs could have them. Mm. Wow, even a restaurant knife is kind of too dangerous.
yes, you will
Kind
not
of
be
blunt.
issued a knife at a Thai restaurant.
Well, do they? Maybe they would they use chopsticks or not quite? Maybe
My grandfather spent a lot of time in Thailand. Had a lot of business contacts there, and when he retired, was living here in Winter Park. I went with them to several auction sites where they were auctioning large grading, like heavy earthwork, earth moving equipment. And what he would do is some of his money he'd buy at the auction, let's say for 300,000 or 150,000, whatever the auction price was, and then he would arrange it all so that the thing would be taken to a ship and loaded onto a ship and then shipped all the way out to Thailand for road construction crews because he had various contacts in the civil engineering firms there in Thailand. And I've seen pictures of him, I guess, at restaurants and bars with his Thai business associates. Mm, that was a bit of an aside, but it could be that maybe um, monarchs or royal family members were murdered by knives, and that's all it took, because perhaps when those rules were set up in place, they were set up by royal decree that people can't have knives anymore. That's it. Except for, of course, some people have to have them, and that's why they set the licensures program.
wow. Yes. Yes. Sharp knives. When I see those sharp knives around the kitchen, I think, wow, this is a dangerous weapon. Hmm. What if
Okay,
someone in the house goes crazy and wants to? Um, what if they're possessed by a demon? They could kill someone in the house.
all right. So I'm looking at ThailandTripExpert.com, and this is written by Krisada Himsoe. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. In Thailand Travel Tip, he has written, when going to any country, there are a lot of written and unwritten rules that you must observe, so it's not strange that some countries may allow you to carry a knife or other related items, while others may frown at anyone carrying such objects. But can you carry a knife in Thailand? How will people and law enforcement agents react if you carry a knife in Thailand? All the answers you need to these questions are in this article. Let's hope this article is true. It says the truth is that you can carry a knife in Thailand without any issue. Actually, lots of guys in Thailand have small knives with them, especially those living in the smaller cities and towns around the country. Therefore, there is no crime in carrying a knife in Thailand. However, you should note that the size of the knife you're carrying may affect the reaction of people in your to your action. So, can you bring a knife to Thailand? You can. Apparently, Swiss Army knives are fine. Do carry. Oh, apparently a lot of people do. But let's see. In Bangkok, there are numerous security checkpoints in public places, club entrances, and so on. So maybe it's not as. So why should you avoid carrying a knife in Thailand? Here we go. Let me go ahead and share screen.
Oh,
Windows.
my legs are showing.
Yeah, for several minutes now. I think not only for that reason, but you may have to go in and mark this to this morning's event, and it's I'll take responsibility for stating this or for why, but you may have to mark this today's event as adult, not fit for children. You know, the above 13 or whatever, it's not for children, because we had mentioned child. But I don't know. I mean, I'll leave it up to you to.
What do I? Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
There we go. Now it's fit for children.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you're gonna edit or turn this into something down the road, but the mentioning of child trafficking, that I don't know if that would get flagged or if it would be an issue, or maybe if a kid happens to come across the video, maybe they should know what that means. Because who knows, maybe they're in it and they're not even aware of it. But for real, what is that?
Maybe.
We would have to look it up.
Open this.
Okay, I'll open it
might-
for you.
Imagine
There you go.
that child trafficking is where there's a road and there's a lot of children and there's a lot of traffic because there's so many children. There's child trafficking.
I did not know at one point in my life, in my 30s, that cohabitate and share the same bed, like have sexual relations with the person. I thought cohabitate meant you're under the same roof. Boy, was I wrong there.
Cohabitate does not mean living under the same roof.
It does not. See, I thought that's all it meant. I thought it was like, oh, so you're like roommates? Each have a separate bedroom, something like that? No. Turns out cohabitate has a specific legal meaning. It means you share the same bed and perhaps, I guess, have sexual relations. I did not know that.
Wow.
You just learned that now
I
too,
did
huh?
not.
Right. I mean,
Hey.
yeah, really. There we go. Why you
Huh?
should avoid carrying a knife in Thailand. Firstly, you should note that there's no clear law about carrying a knife in Thailand, but this doesn't mean, so that's interesting. So there isn't a law. It's more of a cultural thing, perhaps. But this
And
doesn't mean that you
maybe-
cannot be harassed by the police for carrying a knife. So you may carry a knife
Maybe.
without encountering any issue. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Maybe it's in certain cities in Thailand that they kind of have it normal to avoid having knives in restaurants and for the
Well,
people being served.
This-
Maybe
this writer's
the people don't like the food the way it tastes, and so they get angry and they kill the waiter
I don't know if
with
it
the
goes
knife.
that far. Maybe it was a law at one point before it became a more modern country. Uh, so there could be something
Maybe we could look at
cultural.
we could look at a classic movie, The King and I, with Yul Brynner as the
Perhaps.
Thai king, or the
Uh,
king of Siam. Maybe see
Ultimately, I think
if
I'd
they have if they eat with a knife and forks, or with chopsticks, or with their hands.
I would rather, because that could be wrong too.
I don't.
It could be invention of Hollywood, but I would want to travel to Thailand and then learn directly from the Thai people themselves. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, we could go on a field trip. Oh, that's what I'll do next. Wake up and think clearly. I'll wake up in the Thai Buddhist temple, and I'll show through my cell phone views of an authentic Thai Buddhist monastery in Kissimmee, the
Oh, that's
Wat
okay with them.
Florida Damaram,
Nice.
7 in the morning, as the sun rises, and it looks like Bangkok or something exotic, with the roofs that have
Right.
curvy, pointy things, and steeples that are like spirally, and like, yeah, highly decorated buildings.
I'd like to read the rest of this for the record because I find it's fascinating. So it seems more like maybe going to some more of the larger blue cities here in the United States. In the third sentence of this first paragraph says some law enforcement agents may even try to extort you by charging you with an unlawful weapon possession. Therefore, irrespective of your reason, it is not advised for you to carry a knife. For instance, someone with a knife is likely to misbehave and harm another person in Thailand. Depending upon the severity of the harm caused, you may need to spend some periods in jail. Of course, you don't want to serve any terms in a Thai prison. So, if you don't want to run into trouble, you should not carry a knife in Thailand. You should rather avoid volatile scenes that can cause problems for you. For instance, you should run away from scenes where people are buying drugs, as the drug user tends to cause a lot of trouble. Taking girls from Thai guys can also lead to issues. Now remember that, Hyro. No trying to steal any Thai guy's Thai girlfriend, okay? Um,
Mhm.
you can't go there without warning. So you should avoid such situations completely. Overall, it is not reasonable to carry a knife in Thailand, as it can be a major source of problems for you. Besides, if you are so worried about the challenges you can face when carrying a knife in Thailand, why don't you just leave your knife at home? Question mark. Conclusion. In a nutshell, you can carry a knife in Thailand, especially if it is a small kitchen or pocket knife. However, if the knife is deemed to be dangerous to others around you, you may be stopped and questioned a lot of times by Thai police. If security is your major reason for carrying a knife in Thailand, you should note that the country is relatively safe. You just need to be careful of the people you relate with and the places you visit in Thailand. So, same advice you would give anyone going to any place
And
anywhere on the planet. Yeah.
what if you are studying and practicing karate do, and karate means empty hand. So, and yet it's like a weapon. It's a human knife. So you should not publish that you practice karate. They might beat you up with their Muay Thai, their kickboxing.
That was part of the exposition or the opening to the movie Con Air, starring Nicolas Cage. In that movie, he was an ex-armed forces guy and he had killed someone with his bare hands who had assaulted his wife or girlfriend, and he was charged as use of a deadly weapon because the military had trained him to be so. Happy to answer a phone call from my mother. Hi, Mom. I'm okay. How about yourself? Looks like you sent me some texts that I'm only just now seeing. Let me see. You gave me a text this 3:32 a.m. Oh, okay, 3 to 3. Okay, 6.5 hours. Okay. So you got up at NPR morning edition hours. I don't know. I stopped years ago. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Okay. So so did you take the veteran to breakfast? Hmm. Oh wow. Wow.
Mm.
Let me so you're there at the Holiday Inn through Monday. Have I take it Abbott probably hasn't reached out to you yet, and he usually works during the weekend, so he could be in another state for all we know. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Um mhm, yes.
Huh.
Okay, hold on. What so you've got less than $300 at this point in your checking? Eh, Yep, right. And what day did you check into that Holiday Inn? Was it Friday last week? So you've been there for 8 days now? And what's your nightly rate there? I know, variable pricing depending upon the day. Okay, yeah, I get variations like that too on our spelling. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Did I have a question for you, Mom? Did you look? I sent you a link with various like 8, 9 different houses that are all rather affordable. What'd you think of them? Oh, I've already found Breeze is an airline that flies from Orlando to Huntsville direct, and they've got the cheapest price and it's costs the least carbon. So, uh, would you like me to send you a link? So, maybe you'd like to just buy a ticket and go on up there. I don't know. I'll send you that link. Okay. Have a good morning. I don't know if Ellie will want to go anywhere because she's basically a homebody, but I'll let her know that you'd like them. Yeah, I saw that, and I will. She did hang up her sun catcher, so I confirmed that this morning over her window. You know what I do? Well, there may be a house of worship near you. The closest I can think of is on Rouse Road and 50, and I would recommend taking a Lyft or cab there because it's a little bit long for you to walk with your feet. I believe you, yeah. But anyway, Spirit of Joy seems that's the one that I know of. There might be you might want to check with people in the lobby because sometimes they can direct you to someplace even closer. St. Joseph's is a Catholic church on the other side of 50 and on the other side of Alafaya. It's that I think is your physically closest church as a place for you to worship tomorrow morning. That'd be a nice place to check out. Love you too, Mom. Bye now. Okay, thank you for that. Sorry. I don't know if you heard any of my mother's side of the conversation. I doubt it. She's staying at the Holiday Inn south of UCF.
How's she doing?
Great question. Better, I would say. The challenge with my mother, she turns 67 in 3 weeks, is that she was the middle child of 7, many of which who have already died. Have any of your siblings? Well, yes, one of your sisters has died of cancer, as I recall. How many children together? I know that you're the baby in your family.
Yes, 2 sisters originally, now 1 left, and then followed by the 3 brothers, with me being the youngest.
Okay, so 6 overall.
Originally there were 5, and now there's 4. Yes,
5.
my sister Sylvia, my brother Carlos, my brother Ivan, and me, Jairo. And yep. And my mother, 101 years old.
And your mother originally had 6 children or 7 children?
5.
5.
And 1 died in 2018. Yes, Nora.
You're
Yeah.
including yourself in the set?
Yes.
So your mother originally had 5 children.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
I thought you said you had 2 sisters and 3 brothers, though.
Oh, I included me then. So 2 sisters and 2 brothers is the proper way of expressing it. To
Oh, I
reduce
see. I see. Okay, now I understand. Thank you. Okay, so you have 2 brothers, 2 sisters. 1 sister is deceased from Nora from 2018.
So now I only
Okay.
have 1 sister and 2 brothers.
My mother came from a family of 7, and she was the middle child, the 4th child and the eldest sister, and her middle sister has passed away. She passed away in her 30s, and her younger brother also passed away, and the middle older brother has also passed away. So that leaves the eldest brother, the youngest daughter, the 3rd child, which was the next oldest child relative to my mother, who was the 3rd child, who was a brother who's hanging on,
Hi,
and then
bathroom?
yeah, I'll take you.
We talked about nothing.
And
more
then
now.
the youngest brother, he passed away at age 50. So
We've retold this story 5 times.
yeah, but the challenge with my mom is she's got above her pituitary gland a cancerous growth, which is 4 times the size of the gland itself, and the pituitary gland is responsible for hormones. And my wife, finding a practicing doctor who's also a YouTube content creator, has found this doctor describes that gland as the puppet master tumor. because it's like the person is under the control of the tumor.
Yeah.
Because it can flood your body with hormones to
Now, it
behave
doesn't
in
flood
those
it.
ways. No?
It, the pituitary gland regulates it, so it
Right.
will flood it and then put none in there, and then flood it, and then it just messes it up.
Yeah, it makes being around
It's
her
like
very
watching a
difficult.
computer reset over and over and over.
Yeah,
But never reset the same way twice.
yeah. So it
Coffee.
okay. It makes being around my mother a challenge. I don't know if this is related to the fact that if is it genetic? Was it related to the fact that her father had been exposed to a heck of a lot of radiation, enough for him to die at age 58 of liver and kidney failure, and she's also had kidney failure. I don't know. Could be a part of both categories. Could have been genetic predisposition and the fact that he had been heavily irradiated as part of that experiment that the United States government conducted on about 200,000 actually service members in Army and Navy when they were trying to see if our soldiers would fight as atomic bombs were dropping amongst them. It had like multiple generation issues. And I think before the 1963 open air ban on the testing of nuclear weapons, there were, over 2,100 nuclear weapons that were tested in the open atmosphere. So there should be no surprise as to the range or the increase or the prevalence of cancer. Even children 1,000 miles away from those tests were found to have increased levels of was it strontium-90 acts as it plugs into where our bones would expect calcium to be, and that's why just about all invertebrates, including ourselves, have strontium-90 even in our bones since 1945, where that was not the case prior to that year. But it's been decreasing, of course, since the open air test ban went into effect in 1963. So that's good. I think it's something affecting mostly. Let's see, you're 62. You're born 1960. So there may have been a few
59.
years. 59. So, but you didn't come to the United States until what year?
About 64.
Okay, so lucky you. They weren't still exploding them out west where the winds could carry the radioactivity throughout the land that you were living, because I think you were living in Kentucky at the time. Yeah, your family moved at the right time after the open air nuclear test ban treaty had been signed. The people perhaps your age who were living in downstream, and it could be like 1,000 miles downwind or whatever, 800 miles, whatever. It's an interesting story how that was even discovered. Curious Troy did an excellent presentation on how far nuclear fallout can actually travel, because they were all the way up in Pennsylvania when they started noticing things it was Kodak that were trying to figure out how these specks were showing up in their their process photo processing, and they were actually able to trace it all the way back to the testing that was being done, because it wasn't happening, and then it started happening around 45 and later, and then they finally realized, oh, this is radioactivity that's causing exposures on our on our negatives. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. It's-
Kodak film, Kodachrome.
Yeah, the company Kodak themselves. I'll send you a link. Let me see if I can. Curious. I'll go ahead and share what I'm doing. Share screen. Freud. Kodak. Nuclear. Testing, maybe. Oh, screen sharing accidentally stopped. I'm sorry. How Kodak exposed nuclear testing. Oh, it wasn't Curious Droid. It was actually, or maybe they did it as well, but it was Veritasium. Sorry. This account doesn't have, let me skip that.
No audio.
Oh, I know why that is.
Those set and the speakers won't be picked up by the microphone. Same reason why you probably couldn't hear my mother earlier. Here we go. Start that at 0.
Part of this video was sponsored by HBO Max and their new show, Raised by Wolves. There's a place in the New Mexico desert open to the public for just 2 days out of the year, but I got to visit by myself with only a small film crew. This is the Trinity Bomb Test Site, where on July 16th, 1945, at exactly 5:29 and 45 seconds in the morning, the first nuclear bomb was exploded. The test was called Trinity. There was actually a tower here that stood 100 feet, or about 30 meters.
Let me see if I can jump ahead.
But Kodak, the film company based on the other side of the country in New York State,
Oh, New York. Okay.
they figured out what was happening. It all started with some defective X-ray film. Kodak found when they developed unused film, it showed 10s or even 100 little dark spots. The film had been exposed to radiation, even though it had never been taken out of its packaging. This was actually not a new problem. During World War II, radium was used extensively to make glow-in-the-dark dials, flight instruments, and watches. Radium glows because it is radioactive. It gives off alpha particles. Now, some of this radium ended up on paper and cardboard at these factories, and because supplies were scarce, leftover paper products were salvaged and recycled, leaving small amounts of radium to end up in the general paper supply. And when this paper was used to package up Kodak film, radiation from radium would expose the film before it was ever used. And it was such a problem that Kodak altered their supply chain, carefully selecting just a few paper mills where they could strictly control the raw materials. One of the mills was in Vincennes, Indiana, on the Wabash River. It made straw board, which was inserted between sheets of X-ray film. Now, for months, this straw board was working perfectly until a batch manufactured on August 6, 1945, started to cause spots to appear on the X-ray film. So Julian Webb, a scientist at Kodak, was tasked with solving the problem. So he punched out little holes of straw board behind where the film had been exposed, and then he measured the alpha particles coming off that material. But the level was not appreciably higher than background. And this ruled out radium and the other naturally occurring isotopes of uranium, thorium, and actinium, all alpha emitters. But when he measured beta radiation, he found significant activity. This matched what he saw on the film. The radiation penetrated several layers, something beta particles can do, but not alpha. And over a period of months, he measured the half-life of the radioactive substance, finding it was only about 30 days. This half-life, combined with the energy of the beta particles, led Webb to conclude that the radioactive contaminant was most likely cerium-141, an isotope that could only have come from a nuclear fission explosion.
Well, that's enough of that for now. Yeah, so I mean, that demonstrates from New Mexico to Indiana, that's what, at least 1,000 miles?
Hmm. So when they discovered that,
1,400 miles.
They eliminate the problem.
How did they eliminate the problem? Well, I will paste this video into the chat, and then you can watch that on your own. Maybe off the let me stop sharing. There we go.
Oh.
Enjoy.
Oh.
So I noticed I don't know if he meant to leave the playing board camera going, but did Joel say he was, did he leave the house or did he have to go up to another Zoom?
Oh. Another Zoom. Where am I?
Okay. Nice.
Here I am. But he tends to forget to turn off the other camera, or
That's
in other words, leave
right.
the Zoom of the other camera.
And I think
But
usually when
not-
it streams to YouTube, just the active speaker shows up in the recording. So I doubt it makes a difference for archival purposes. Since he has the playing board muted, it probably won't even show up at all in the video archive. How are you doing, Jairo? How are you?
I had hurt my back a few days ago, not from doing something physical like being awake, but from sleeping in this crooked bed in a position I suspect that put a curve on my lower back and caused a compression of the discs in such a way that it produced a little sciatica that runs down my left leg, and it caused pain on my left thigh, the front, instead of down the back of the leg. It's the pain appears in the front of the leg, like the thigh muscle.
Right.
And so sometimes it gets most painful when I'm seated driving. Maybe, I suspect, because the lower back is curved more. So I try to put something behind my lower back to see if that helps. And I've applied some lidocaine or lipocaine or something like that. So those patches, my sister donated some to me because she uses them for her back pain. Not the very lower back, but somewhere in the middle. She sometimes has to put a patch to reduce the pain because she's having had cancer come back a year ago, but she's been fighting it off, and it's still kind of dangerous. It might come back, but it's stable. It hasn't gotten worse, but it hasn't gotten better. Sometimes it has gotten better, but right now it might be coming back. So she's going to Colombia in a week or two and stay there for a month or two. She sometimes goes to Colombia, once or twice a year, and sometimes also alternates with going to California to see her daughter and grandkids in San Jose area, because the husband of the daughter must be working in Silicon Valley or something like that, in some IT or some technical. I think he once worked for Facebook. No, maybe for another company too. I forgot. Source or Salesforce, something like that.
So you're still experiencing
have
pain? Sorry to drop
And
back to
so-
such an unpleasant topic.
now, right now, it's a pain from 1 to 10. It feels like a 1. Sometimes I sense it's there, and then when I decide to get up, and then maybe it starts increasing a little bit, and walking around, it might increase. Maybe I have to stop what I'm doing and try and massage my lower back and my leg to see if it'll go away. But maybe I need to put another patch. Maybe do some some stretching on the bed.
Have you ever, stretching is great. Of course, you know all sorts of yoga practices. Have you ever had a professional massage from a licensed massage therapist?
Or like or maybe like a chiropractor.
Well,
or
that's
something like that.
That's taking it to another level. I don't know if perhaps because it's you suspect it to be sciatic in nature. Maybe it is. I guess I trust you to know your body. You seemed very yeah.
I've had it happen before,
Ooh.
and it's always the left leg. Cause one day, maybe 30 years ago, I was playing soccer and I swung to kick the ball with my left leg, like to kick it 100 yards or something. So I was running in and I swung real quick, but I think the ball moved away and I missed it. And so my leg went up real high and it must pulled something in the lower back. And then it developed into like a sciatica, and since then it has come and gone, like for whatever reason it likes to come back, and it's always the left leg. It goes down the left leg, but it's the lower back down the left leg.
Right.
So it might last a week or two, then it goes away. I guess it could go away quicker if I rest and stretch more and apply something to reduce the inflammation, or maybe patches do that too.
Have you ever done either chiropractic or massage therapy?
No.
Okay.
Where is the ointment? And a patch. Oh, a patch might be in here. Oh, ow. Now it's starting to hurt. But when I got down the pool, so bring that back. Maybe I have a patch left here.
If given the choice between the two, I would start with massage therapy, by the way.
Oh, see, there it is.
I'll leave any of it that way.
Lidocaine. Oh, I see Joel's hand.
Yes, I saw it too. In Western medicine, the kind that we tend to have access to here in Florida, there generally are two sets, because you start with a primary doctor, right? Primary.
PNP. I hardly ever go to the VA medical center. Yeah. I hardly ever go. Maybe I could get help there. I'm gonna put. I got 2 patches left.
Well, let me suggest too, because medicine there isn't just one medicine, okay? And more so now, there tends to be 2 kinds of primary medical professionals here. You know, the first sort of doctor you speak to, MDs, which we're all familiar with, medical doctors, and ODs, osteopathic doctors. And the doctors of osteopathy, what their solution is, and you would probably be into this, is that they believe that they're operating off the axiom that if you get your frame right, then everything from there follows. So MDs, medical doctors, the frame, yes, about the alignment of your of your
Skeleton?
bones and your sinews and your muscles. It incorporates more
So,
yogic type practice, for instance, as part of
like
the and
having
Chinese
good
medicine also.
posture,
Mhm. You may want to see.
like
Mhm.
Feldenkrais.
I don't know who that is,
He,
but you may want to
he,
see if the VA offer
or
if that's where you get your healthcare through the VA. You
let's
may want to see if
see.
there are any doctors of osteopathy, and you could, because in my healthcare plan, for instance, through Advent Health, for instance, so they've got a number of doctors that are either MDs or ODs or DOs.
The Feldenkrais method. Welcome to a new way of thinking about health.
I don't see your video, and you're not sharing the screen.
Oh, let's see. Let's go.
I'm saying in terms of
Copy.
what we can access, look for a DO, a doctor of osteopathy, and it's possible that instead of being given the chemical like thing to apply to your body, you could be given, for instance, a prescription for massage therapy, where you would get like a trained massage therapist who would be able to help with muscle alignment or and it can be really quite relaxing and freeing, and there are pains that we don't necessarily even know that are in our body until they become relieved, and then they become so much freer. I don't know that you would have as many in your body as I might have in mine, given your lifestyle versus mine, but that could be an option to you. I don't know that
An
everyone's aware of
option
it. Mhm.
me to go to see if maybe the VA Medical Center in Lake Nona has, or I could go to my primary doctor and see if he could send me to massage therapy.
Yeah, you
I've
could
never
ask
thought of that.
your MD if your primary doctor is a medical doctor. You can see if they'll do that. They don't do that. You may want to see all your primary doctor options. If you like your primary doctors, of course, stick with them. But there are more and more now doctors of osteopathy, which may be more in alignment with your values or as an alternative to the solutions that you utilize. Western medicine can be great, but it's not all that's cracked up to be, which is why I think more of the insurers are allowing now doctors of osteopathy to come in and do things like massage therapy, as opposed to just giving you a pill to treat the symptom, which is all that a lot of medicine is able to do. Now, well, one of my favorite acronyms of life is TMODI. There's more than one way to do it. So it's good to be aware of all the options. Yes, this is very much in alignment with osteopathy, because we're talking about alignment. Retrain yourself effortlessly and elegantly. Oh, I like the sound of this. Could you send me a link to it or email me a copy of this document that you're going over?
Oh,
And I gotta go get my wife off the toilet.
put it on the chat like that. No, that's called Feldenkrais.com. I don't know if it's pronounced Feldenkrais. It's probably a German name. Feldenkrais. Let's see. FAQ. What is the Feldenkrais method of somatic education? The Feldenkrais method of somatic education is a practice, a process, and a system for self-improvement. It is a form of somatic education, which means it uses movement and real-time awareness of your own body sensations to guide you toward the positive changes you seek. Oh, am I still? Where am I? I'm on Zoom. So the Feldenkrais method is a practice, a process, and a system for self-improvement. Wow. It is a form of somatic education, which means it uses movement and real-time awareness of your own body sensations to guide you towards the positive changes you seek. So it's not a treatment, adjustment, or exercise. Instead, it is based on decades of research in physics, neuroscience, biomechanics, learning theory, human development to give you the means to help yourself. Wow. Oh. Let's see. How does it work? Your own body awareness and attention stimulates the brain to create new neural pathways that enable optimal movement patterns and function. This brain activity is called neuroplasticity. Oh, as you learn better ways to move, you experience improvement in balance, breathing, coordination, flexibility, information, and outlook.
You can close that now. I
Come
read
from-
it like my boss.
Okay.
No,
The Feldenkrais method
pause.
is the over 40 years of research
I need pause for this problem.
by Dr. Moshe Feldenkrais. He was a scientist and an athlete.
Oh,
He was one of the first
the Virgo.
Indians
Yes.
a black belt in judo. Tried his rigorous to the study of movement in order to explore how we learn,
Look at him.
we improve our lives.
Oh my God, look how cute. Bobby, he's beautiful.
Neuroplasticity.
You're staying in here.
I am?
You are.
Oh,
Trash show.
No,
Just the wrapper to
No.
the sub
no,
that I finished up
No.
this morning.
no. Stay here.
Swing in the kitchen, I'm getting my water and.
mm. Okay. Mm. Hmm.
Yes, I do.
I have a lot of pain is a question and severe movement limitations. Can I still study the Feldenkrais method? Absolutely. It is about exploring learning strategies. If you have difficulty on one side, you can work with the other side. If you can't lie down, you can sit. And if nothing moves, you can
Beautiful
work
picture.
imagination, creating new neural links that can improve your quality of life. Oh. How is the Feldenkrais method different from massage? Massage involves soft tissue manipulation. The Feldenkrais method is an approach that seeks to affect change by working with your nervous system. Your brain directs the nervous system, is in charge of your movement patterns. So if you want to change your movements, you must literally change your mind.
Yes.
And new neural pathways are formed in your brain. You can safely regulate and make movements.
Nice.
So maybe I should work on my movement. Well, maybe I could find a YouTube video showing how to do some Feldenkrais movement. How's it different from yoga? So it does not require you to be flexible, nor does it involve stretching or holding any positions. It does not involve any practice to perfect positions. Instead of repeating and holding sets poses
Going for
as in yoga,
Sakama?
you explore gentle and innovative movements as you learn to become aware that may be causing you movement difficulty.
Get on my leg.
Right.
Oh, let's see, many yoga devotees explore the Feldenkrais method as a way to achieve postures that previously. Oh,
Both of us.
so, and it's different from Tai Chi. So because it does not require any practice or intensive training. There's no repetitive movement or
According
physical
to-
condition required.
Current Wikipedia cache within the Braves native search engine. It says Feldenkrais method, guide regulated movement education complementary to physical therapy. Feldenkrais method is a type of exercise therapy devised by Israeli Moshe Feldenkrais, who lived from 1904 to 1984. During the mid-20th century, the method is claimed to reorganize connections between the brain and body, and so improve body movement and physical state. Psychological state.
Oh. In some cases, you may qualify for some reimbursement for your visits. Check with your Feldenkrais practitioner and your insurance provider. Mm. Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. Up, sharing. Oh.
Ooh, there's a fine practitioner. So I read it as being a complement to physical therapy. Maybe it'll become a takeover. Pain relief, they have a section under benefits. Could be as simple as change how you move. Well, that's like the old joke, doc, my arm hurts when I do this. And the doctor says, well, don't do this. Don't do that.
Oh, yes, that's what I tried to do, to not move where it hurts. But then maybe I do try to go there gradually to see if I get used to it or something, or maybe if I'm doing a stretch that causes a little pain, I might ease into it. Maybe I could twist my back,
Don't overdo it now.
and it doesn't hurt. Then that's good. It seems like it hurts less when I'm lying on the bed, perhaps because of the gravity. When I stand up, then the disc has to support the weight, so then it gets compressed. But if I'm lying on my back, then the disc is not compressed.
You feeling stone?
And it's relaxed. So I was thinking of going to the gym, or actually I was at the gym the other night, and I was looking for a machine to hang from, sort of see if it would pull me. But I find one. Well, I use one of those that you pull down, like to work on your shoulders. I put weight on it, and it's kind of hung from it a little while.
My wife wants to go to Busch Gardens again tomorrow. I think she needs psychotherapy.
When was the last time?
Last time we went was Saturday, and then we also went back Sunday. We had our daughter Eloise, who was a bit of a stick in the mud. And we almost rode with Don Robinson. We were on our way walking because we took the train. Remember the animal train where you get to like see the safari? But we got off at the station next to the Zambia Smokehouse. We were walking by there on our way to go ride the Congo River Rapids. That's the circular tube boat with the, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 seats. And we were gonna all ride that together, but then our daughter got hungry, which is a glorious thing for us. Whenever that happens, we always we'll stop and enabled her to eat. So she tried beef brisket for the first time and decided it didn't really taste like anything. And that's oftentimes how beef brisket can be. You tend to have to use the sauces. So she didn't eat too much. And then we talked, her friend and Don and Stacy and I. Instead, then they went and they left, but we stayed for the most of the rest of the day and then stayed overnight at our regular Econo Lodge, like you've stayed with us before, and then we went back the next day and rode additional rides and then drove home Sunday afternoon.
And we're going back tomorrow too.
And Stacy suddenly this morning during this session of Wake Up and Think Clearly decided she got a wild hair and thought we're going to go again tomorrow, but I have a hard time contemplating that. Maybe can we take my mother with us?
Fuck no.
She's apparently against that.
I said relaxation.
Well, we would plus mother would have to rent one of those carts because she has my mother has displaced bones in her feet
Take a rattlesnake
or
and pet it.
plans. She would rather pet a rattlesnake
Feeding hour.
during feeding hour than to go with my mother. My wife has a lot of trauma from my mother due to the way that my mother has behaved around her in the past. Yeah.
Bush Gardens.
What's that?
Bush Gardens.
Busch
There's
Gardens. Yeah.
There's nothing like that in Orlando.
The
No.
closest we have is SeaWorld, and they are tied together parks. So have we taken you to SeaWorld, Hyro?
No, but they
Don't think
don't.
so.
They don't have rides like in Busch Gardens. No.
They have rides, not as intense, but still fairly exciting rides. And they also have a lot of animal exhibits. Do you want to go why don't we go to SeaWorld
No.
and have me ride
Bush.
that new surfboard?
No.
What is it called?
Bush.
Now, what's the ride though that opened up
Busch.
in Orlando?
We're going to Bush.
Anyway, there's all sorts of exhibits. You can meet walruses and manatees and dolphins and orcas and sea lions.
So you're going to Busch Gardens tomorrow morning. So
I don't
you'll
know.
miss out. Wake up and get out of Plato's cave.
Yeah, well, no,
No.
yeah. Plato's Cave, I think I would rather do beforehand because that just goes till 10:45. Then I would take her there, ride her favorite ride, Iron Gwazi, which you've ridden. Did he ride the back row with you, Stacy?
Yes, no, he rode second to back.
Second to back row. Okay.
Hmm.
We were very impressed the first time you came with us, which is why we brought you a second time. But then you didn't want to ride
Mhm.
anything a second time.
I wonder if it could it cause strokes? Has anybody had strokes or something like that happen?
Potentially, they warned in the
riding?
recording if you have a heart condition, don't ride this ride.
But it's if you have any condition.
Any condition.
If
If you're
go too
pregnant, you don't
fast
wanna
over
do it.
this ride,
Well, you know,
Next.
part of that's they have to cover their
you buy it.
they have to cover their butts
Oh.
legally.
My sister had an aneurysm, sister Sylvia, and my sister Nora, she had a condition where the fluid around the brain would not be regulated, causing too much pressure and causing balancing issues. So they installed like plumbing to drain liquid to her stomach.
Yeah,
Hmm.
our 15-year-old son has that. He had it installed when he was a mere infant.
Oh, Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm. A few times I've had dizziness when I was doing tumbling on a mat, a gym mat. I would like tumble and then I would feel dizziness.
That's great.
So
What,
is-
how old were you when you were doing tumbling on the mat?
but that wasn't when I was maybe it's when I was doing karate. So maybe trying out tumbling and stuff. Tumbling as in rolling over and going around like
Right. Were you in your
and then getting
teens,
up.
20s, 30s, 40s,
And maybe
50s?
so when I was doing that, I must have been a teenager. But then when I was older, I was trying it again, and then I felt dizziness. So I said, "Oh, I better stop." I was afraid something
That
would
could be
happen.
related to blood pressure. I don't know. Do you have normal blood pressure or higher? Could also be something. Well, I'm not a.
Could be a clogged ear too.
Could my Stacy's saying could be a clogged ear too.
Mm.
Okay.
Get dizzy when your body can't find breathe. Your eyes and your brain don't know whether they're not in sync.
Did you hear what she said? She said that you get dizzy when your eyes and your brain are not in sync. What you're seeing and what your intent, like I guess inner ear, what you're sensing as being the direction of gravity. Why you get dizzy? Do you get dizzy on coasters, dear?
Fuck no.
Yeah, neither do I. We're not affected.
I
Of
Oh,
course, the key is you want your have your head up and just staring forward, upright and staring forward. That's the key. And then we keep
I've
our
had
eyes open too.
uh, I've developed some double vision, so maybe that's related to astigmatism. So in my prescriptions, they've added some astigmatism things, I guess, to align the images somewhat. Maybe it's because I used the wrong prescription one time. I found some glasses. I said, "Oh, let me try them. Oh, looks good." So I started using them for a while,
Yeah.
but it was somebody else's prescription.
How long ago was the astigmatism discovered, and then they added it to your prescription?
Hmm. Maybe 10
Okay.
years ago. I don't know.
I've had astigmatism that's been part of my prescription since my late teens or early 20s. So
Hmm.
yeah, part of it's just fear hair here. Did you notice this T-shirt? Are you able to read it?
Oh, I'm I'm showing myself. Switch. What do I switch? Double tap on your image, or oh, okay. Now it's showing. So, oh look, fear is not
Moron.
a virtue. Fear is not a virtue. Oh wow.
Yes.
Oh wow. Fear is not a virtue.
Fuck you, don't burn the shirt.
Came from
Oh,
JP Sears, his online store.
oh.
Maybe you've watched some of his videos, Awaken with JP.
Wake him up.
He's sort of like America's Jester, very much about enlightenment and also poking fun. But I think he became more of a sort of a righty, right winger, and over the course of the pandemic. But he lives in like outside in the Austin, Texas area, and he comes from Ohio. And he's done TED Talks from going back to at least maybe 2014 or 15 or 16.
What's the name of the show or
Awaken
podcast?
with JP.
Awaken with JP.
Yes, let me see.
That like a video podcast or audio podcast?
Uh,
How to lose brain cells in 30 seconds.
Yeah, here we go.
I'll play it.
I'm not gonna play any of
Oh.
his stuff, but this is JP. Yeah, there we go. I would recommend. Are you able to see this? I don't think it's sharing right. Let me stop sharing and then try resharing again.
I would recommend
Sure.
watching.
Here we go.
Maybe you could.
There we go.
Hmm,
Let's
Wow.
come through.
Hmm.
No, wake up JP. Anyway, let's see. The government doesn't want you to see this. Alien exclusive. His earlier stuff, he just kind of pokes fun at most any and everything, and is very irreverent. That's why I kind of considered him as America's jester.
Oh, is he that redheaded guy?
Yes,
That-
that redheaded
would make
guy.
fun of yoga teachers,
Oh yes, yes, he's done all that.
kind of spiritual people.
Yes, how to be
Yeah.
ultra spiritual was a whole line up for several years.
Yes, I remember him.
This is from his web store.
Yes, I've seen him here and there on
Yeah.
YouTube and on Facebook.
And on Rumble, of
Hmm. Oh, and on Rumble. Wow.
course. Rumble's the
I'm
future
hungry.
in many ways.
Wow.
And NASDAQ traded too.
Okay. Oh,
What would
how's
you like to eat, my love? Oh, best female
Yeah.
swimmer. My favorite one is the one where he does the sunning in the special area. But he's got so many like just funny ways of approaching things.
So,
And his
so
TED Talk
perfect.
from about 8-9 years ago was very.
Tell him bye-bye because I'm gonna leave.
If authoritarians taught yoga. Oh.
I'll be.
I'm tempted to click on it, but my wife would get very upset with me if she heard his voice. So I'm just gonna stop right there. Brad the Birch. That's his wife. And they have at least one child together.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he and his wife, they had a child.
How's that one? He's sterilized.
is hmm. The what do people think of Georgism?
Depends. I hang out with on a couple of Discords. Let me stop sharing
Oh.
screen. Give you an insight into.
We need to go, hubby.
Well, first of all, what are you having for lunch, Stacy? Let me see if I can find my window that is
Hmm.
either the full screen or Finder, downloads, Telegram, share sound, optimize video clip. This is interesting. It doesn't seem to want me or enable me. Let's see, basic. Oh, now they've stuck it into advanced slides as background. Used to be easy to just share the entire desktop. Apps.
Oh,
They've
Like,
changed
well,
Zoom
on
yet
Zoom,
again.
they only allow
we
web
go.
link.
Well, there
Well,
was
on the
an
phone.
option to share the entire computer desktop, but I don't see that option now. So I'm now having to share at the individual app level. So this
Oh,
is something I shared over at the ARC of Central Florida, ARC being Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, and then of Central Florida is a meetup group run by Christian Boutier, who comes from Quebec, and he ran for the People's Party of Canada at 2.3% of the vote. And the Green Party got 3.2% of the vote. And anyway, he associates himself with that other fellow, David Freeheit, who's known as Viva Frey, if you've watched him on YouTube at all. But he came down here to live and is now organizing the Jordan B. Peterson meetup group. He took over that group. I think the former organizer had stepped down to it. He set up fresh the ARC of Central Florida for part of the ARC Forum, and also the one other group. Maybe he's involved with some libertarians, but I don't know about that. I just primarily those two, the Jordan B. Peterson and the other one. Anyway, this is here's GeoPraxis, which is the other Discord server, and this is one that I had my daughter set up. But this one, I don't know if you've used Discord ever, but it's another way to do social media. It's what my daughter primarily uses
Wow.
for her social
Yes,
media.
I used it one time to meet up with some group that was studying a philosophy. And they were rotating amongst books, and they were reading a Buddhist text. So I joined to see, and there are some. Oh, and then from that group, I invited a lady to meet up at Wake Up and Think Clear, and that she showed up, and that was with Luis when Luis Del Pino was with us, and she was pretty interesting, but she lives like out in West, so she had to get up real early, so she didn't come back again. But she said she was used to getting up early. But she never came back. Maybe.
So Georgists seem to organize in many different ways. They're trying to figure out how to spread Georgism or how to integrate into various governments around the world.
Was that your Discord group or something on
Yeah,
Georgism?
this is the disc. Yeah, GeoPraxis is the group. If you like, I can send you an invite if you want to look into it to learn some more. But I've got to go because my wife, even though I've fed her breakfast, is now ready for lunch. It's probably been long enough anyway. It's been a pleasure this morning. I hope you're
Wow.
back and like
I learned about
necessary comes about.
cohabitation. I learned
Yep.
about cohabitation.
Yeah.
Cohabit-
Don't say you're cohabitating with roommates because legally that means you're sleeping with them and doing sexual things with them, I guess.
Oh, wow. All right. Thanks. I learned so much.
And I
from
played my
these
first game
gatherings.
of Vinci today. We did
Wow.
we did 2 innings and we came out.
Variant of Vinci.
That was neat. So gotta go.
Orphan variant. Thank you for playing. Bye. Have a good week. What time is it? Let's see. Oh man, I should sign off. So thanks anyone out there who listened to this whole thing. Sorry for the first hour that I was talking and I was muted because my microphone was off. I wonder if I could go delete it or read into it. Add a track where I'm reading what I was reading. Nah, too much work. It can be done, I guess, but that would take hours to do. For me. And I'm pretty lazy right now. Okay, so thanks anyone who got something out of it to listened, and maybe you can comment to say what portions were pretty interesting. Maybe timestamp them. That'd be cool. Maybe I should do that. Go back and listen and timestamp highlights of the episode. Wake up and think clearly. Or should I say wake up and be clear. Wake up and see clearly. Wake up and no, what's another word besides see? Perceive? Or what about wake up and perceive directly without your senses? Is it possible? I've heard rumors of masters or meditation masters that get a level of some kind of state of mind. Oh, I saw Joel's hand. Hmm. I wonder how I can get his attention. He doesn't have the microphone, so he can't hear me, I don't think. But I'm gonna sign off. Ah. Uh, man, I feel lazy, but I've always got things to do if I think about them, what I need to do. So have a good week, everyone, whoever was here.